order will be decided at the end of practice 3, which happens on Saturday morning.
But you can be guaranteed in the final 5 minutes of this one, these guys are going to be throwing soft rubber at it and trying to make sure that they are inside that top 14 before the close of play today. Because, as we saw this morning, around these Portuguese mountains, sometimes some inclement weather can drift in and scupper any plans that these guys might have. So whilst the sun is shining, these guys will be trying to make hay.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, take advantage of the dry track time when it does come. As you said, Jack, quite unpredictable, the weather here. And this looks as though this session will offer up a good opportunity for these guys to post the times that they need to do to get into qualifying tomorrow. Jaume Masia straight out and at it basically after a very complicated weekend just a week ago here at this track. Did not have a good time at the final pre-season test of the year and is still basically sporting some pretty painful bruises from a crash. I was told yesterday by the team it happened at around 180 kilometers per hour.
Goodness gracious me, I was going to say over 100k. I knew you knew exactly how quick it was. 180k, a high side at that speed. I'm sure he was spat to the moon. No surprise that he's feeling a little bit worse for wear. What, 5-6 days on?
Yeah, exactly. I think it was on the first day of testing here a week ago on Friday. So yeah, just a week on from that. And Masia didn't really feel, obviously, physically well after that, but felt that his bike wasn't quite working the same. So the Leopard technicians have been busy at work all week, going through all the parts on his little Honda, making sure that everything is a-okay, trying to put the best bike possible underneath him for this weekend. He obviously had a strong start to pre-season in Jerez just before the test here, finished 8th there, but languished on a 19th at the official test in Portimao, understandably given his physical condition and the issues he was having with his bike. But Masia, a guy that we are expecting to be up there towards the front. We wouldn't maybe put him in favourite status for this year.
Nope, I wouldn't anyway. I think, given from what we've seen in previous years, Jaume Masia is the type of rider that on his day will win a race quite comfortably. But unfortunately, we won't see those days too often, or certainly years previous have told us that.
Exactly, yeah. I've kind of learned from my mistakes, to be honest, in the past couple of years. I built them up as the potential champion in 2021 and 2022. And you certainly can't say that he hasn't had a fair crack at the whip in the top teams in this class.
I mean, even you look at the start of his season last year. It started with crash, 7th crash, and then went on a ridiculous run where he won in Austin, was 2nd here in Portimao, 3rd in Jerez, victorious in Le Mans, and I think by that stage of the season he may well have led the championship, I believe, or was certainly within 5 or 10 points of the championship by the time they got to Mugello. And then the wheels fell off again, and I can remember speaking to his crew chief at the time, Nicky Ayo, son of Aki Ayo, and he said during free practice at Mugello, oh, he's a changed character now. He's finally got it. We feel like the composure, the calmness, everything is there for him to continue this throughout the rest of the year. And then suddenly he went back to old Jaume again. He really is a very, very difficult persona to work out.
Yeah, and it's been a few years now that we've almost been saying the same thing up in this commentary box. When it comes to really critical moments in races towards the end of the lap, he has a tendency to make some big mistakes. Crashes out whenever the chips are really down. You need to keep a cool head in the last lap fight, and unfortunately too often Jaume has been found wanting in that department. But he does go back to the Leopard team for this year, a squad that he knows well from one fairly successful year that he had there in 2020. He won several races in that particular season, so it's not a completely blank slate, and it is a competitive bike in a competitive team. They've been champions in this category several times before, so I mean, you have to say this is probably, well, I wouldn't say it's his last chance, but he really should be challenging for the title this year.
It did raise some eyebrows, and I think for good reason as well, that Leopard Racing lineup of Jaume Masia and Tatsuki Suzuki, two of the most experienced men out there. Normally, we've seen in years past Leopard Racing like to bring young talents on board and really spearhead them towards great careers. The likes of Fabio Quartararo, Joan Mir, Miguel Oliveira have all graced Leopard previously. So it kind of felt like a change in ethos for them to go to two more experienced elder guys. I mean, we say old, we're talking about 22-year-old Jaume Masia and 25-year-old Tatsuki Suzuki, old in terms of Moto3, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It raised an eyebrow from my side of the commentary box as well, I have to say, when I saw that signing last year. But there's no doubt the potential is there, and he's a unquestionably fast kid. We just need to see that a bit more often. And right on cue, he jumps up the order into 9th. So things looking a little more rosy for the number 5 Leopard Honda right now. As we look at Danny Holgado coming through this fabulous final right-hander, which leads up over the crest and across the finish line. Jack, I know you had a little bit of time between sessions this morning to go through some of Danny's laps earlier, as we see a crash for David Alonso, who still is sitting 3rd, well, just being demoted now to 4th. But Danny Holgado was looking exceptionally strong in terms of rhythm earlier today.
Yeah, he was, Neil. Very, very impressive. We spoke about it in practice 1 this morning, what he was able to do at pre-season testing. When we spoke to Ricardo Rossi, the man that topped that pre-season test here 1 week ago, he said, watch out for Holgado. His pace by himself was very, very impressive, and he continued that this morning as well. His final 6 laps of the session, let me remind you, the fastest one was a 48 dead. He was able to do 6 laps, all good enough to be inside the top 10. A 148.7, as we just see David Alonso's crash, never really got it in shape, and then the front end folded as he dropped down the hill towards turn 5. He'll be up on his feet and okay, but not the way he would have wanted to start this second practice session, especially after gaining so much confidence in the opening one. Just to finish off, Holgado's run, 48.7, 48.4, 48.9, 48.7, 48.3, his fastest of the lot, and then again a 48.4. So he's clearly into his rhythm pretty early here in Portimao.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's no big surprise, because he was doing that all through last weekend at the official Moto2, Moto3 test. And so impressed by Holgado's working methods was team boss Hervé Poncharal that he said he's very calm, focused, does not look for anyone to help him, does his laps on his own, is fast on track, and is not looking too much at what the others are doing. I want to thank him for his work, which is high praise from the very experienced Hervé Poncharal, who knows a thing or two about bringing exciting young talent through his ranks, and clearly he likes what he sees so far in the number 96.
That is some honour, that. I would love for Hervé to walk across to me, shake my hand and go, I would like to thank you for your work, Jack, in his usual dulcet French tones. One of the real characters of the paddock is Hervé, and clearly likes what he sees early on in Danny Holgado.
Yeah, you have to be quite impressed by the Spaniard in some ways. Maybe it could be seen as a slight demotion. He was obviously in Aki Ayo's Red Bull KTM Moto3 team last year, and there was a few things with Denis Onju. He obviously wanted to move to Moto2. I think he had a contract with KTM for this year, and they decided to move him across to Ayo. They did a swap, and Holgado was put over to Tech 3. And I heard at the time he was not happy with that move at all.
Which you can understand,
because he had an impressive rookie season last year. Won, of course, the Rookie of the Year title. In fact, he didn't. He was second in the Rookie of the Year title championship, but still. But the way he's come into this season, it's been an impressive kind of approach. And yeah, he certainly seems very, very intent on proving any doubters that he had wrong.
And that's not taking anything away from the Tech 2 squad. It's not saying that it's a B-rate team, but Aki Ayo's squad is the factory KTM squad. That's where they place, or KTM in their junior program, place their hot talents, their best riders, the ones that you feel will be able to compete for the championship. So you can imagine Danny Holgado finding out that, sorry mate, you're going to have to go to Hervé next year, and feeling that it is a bit of a demotion. So hopefully that's the fire in the belly that's going to see him project himself towards a championship tilt.
Yeah, absolutely. Holgado, one of, I think, 5 names that we can maybe say should be up there fighting for the championship with some certainty. You mentioned fire in the belly just there, Jack. There was certainly fire in the belly of Jaume Masia as he came into turn 1 there several seconds ago, outbreaking 2 riders around the outside and successfully hitting his apex for turn 1. So Jaume, whatever confidence he was lacking after his huge pre-season crash, he seems to have regathered that in the session so far today.
That is Colin Via, teammate to Ayumu Sasaki, that's gone down somewhere in the final sector, probably at the either turn 14 or turn 15. Luckily, he's okay. Probably 14, you would imagine, because if he's gone down at 15, the final corner, that normally indicates it's a big one. So the tall Dutchman, it was the final corner, actually, just on the exit of the final corner. So, strange place to go down there. Let's see what happened here. Number 95, Colin Vire. He's gone very early, you would imagine. He's probably been spat over the top there. Very unlikely for him to have lost the front.
Yeah, possibly a little low side coming through that long right. Probably the best place, the best kind of crash, if you were to crash there, to have through turn 15. Thankfully, the Dutchman is A-OK, running back to his bike immediately, and minimal damage, you have to say, to his little Husqvarna. He picks it up and continues. Vajor, another rookie, another exciting rookie to look out for this year. We've mentioned a little bit about Jose Antonio Reda, the number 99, who's now on your screens. He is coming into this class with huge expectations this year. David Alonso obviously had an impressive session this morning, finishing third in practice one. And Colin Vire is another kid that I'm pretty excited about seeing in the races throughout this year. He looked pretty good in pre-season testing, finished 12th here on the combined timing screens just a week ago, and was a narrow runner-up to this man Rueda in last year's Red Bull Rookies Cup.
You do get the feeling he's going to have to impress pretty quickly as Colin Vire. I don't think he's going to have a very long Moto3 career, because already at the age of 18, he's the third tallest man on the grid, 177 centimetres, the tallest, incidentally, in case you're asking, Xavi Artigas. Anyone that got that, congratulations, 1 bonus point. 180 centimetres is Artigas, but being a Dutchman, he already towers above me, and I think he's only going to continue growing in one direction, is Vire. So he needs to impress early, because we know from years previous, those guys that are tall on a Moto3 bike find it very, very difficult.
Yeah, news just in, Dutchman too tall already, even as a teenager, for a Moto3 machine. Vire looking pretty good. That's basically what was the Max Racing Team squad last year. David Alonso's had a second crash at turn 5 again. It's not been the happiest of hunting grounds for the number 80 in this practice 2 session so far. I think Jake Dixon had a crash down at that turn in Moto2 earlier, so Aspar not having the best of times, but thankfully it looks as though fairly slow get-offs.
Here we go. Is it going to be exactly the same as his one previous? Identical. I'm actually questioning whether that is just a replay of the first one. It was exactly the same. So he's clearly not learnt his lesson.
Well, Alonso maybe just a little overexcited by his performance this morning. Brought back down to earth in the first 15 minutes of this session. 2 crashes, not the ideal way to start practice 2, but he'll dust himself down, get himself back out there.
We just saw him in, sorry Neil, we just saw him in the back of the shot there, and I wanted to pinpoint it. One of the key revelations from pre-season testing, Lorenzo Falonda, of course, moved across to the CIP Green Power squad. I just wanted to say what a tremendous helmet design he's got this year. Arguably, for me, the best in the entirety of the paddock. Hopefully we can get another look at it. I'm sure we will throughout the course of the season, but a brilliant design. It looks pretty good, so congratulations, Lorenzo, on that one. It obviously doesn't result in any points, but at least he's got style out there.
And I'm not sure about, if we're talking about liveries, this is obviously an all-new one for 2023 as well. The Bowie Motorsports have switched pink and black for blue and luminous yellow. That's David Munoz, who's just jumped up to 3rd place on the grid. It says no time set, although our timing screens are saying something slightly different. I think Munoz has set a time in this session, so ignore that. But yeah, the super aggressive Spanish teenager back again for his 2nd season in this category, and he still hasn't even reached one full season in the class, because of course he made his debut last year in Mugello.
And his teammate arguably put in one of the performances of practice 1. It's not very often we get the opportunity to speak about Ana Carrasco. She had a pretty frustrating, a pretty disappointing return to the class in 2022, but credit where it's due. And a 16th in P1, just over a second adrift of the fastest lap that we saw from Diego Moreira. It was a 10th quicker than what she managed in the test. And from speaking to team boss Jose Bowie, he said her pace, her race pace, had improved by a full second from last week. He was absolutely delighted with her performance, said that there is no doubt she is the hardest working person in the paddock, he said. So he was thrilled to see that she was finally starting to reap some rewards from all of the hard work that she's putting in. So, as we said, credit where it's due, fair play. Ana Carasto, 16th in the opening practice session. Let's hope that she has made that step to be a little bit more competitive this season.
Yeah, and also I guess fair play to Jose Boy. I guess some team managers would have looked at Anna's results from a year ago and maybe concluded that she didn't quite have what it takes to run at the front, to run even in the points of the Moto3 World Championship anymore. Obviously she proved that in years gone by, back in 2013, but last year was a struggle. There's no dressing it up. It was a tough year for Anna. She didn't score any points in any race on the whole calendar. But then we have to remind ourselves that she was coming back from major, I guess, career-threatening injury in many respects in 2021. So it was obviously going to take a little bit of time for her to get back up to speed.
Yeah, surgery on her spine after a huge crash. So, as you say, it was a career-threatening injury. So just the fact that she's back out there on track is great to see. And if she can continue what we saw from this morning and be just a little bit closer to the front and hopefully challenging for points here and there, then fair play, because as Jose said, the hardest working person in the paddock, and she clearly off track puts a whole load of effort in, so if she can finally start to get a little bit back as a result of that, then I'm sure there won't be anybody that begrudges her that. David Alonso back in the box, new team manager there for GasGas Aspar this year. Nico Terol steps up from the junior squad, so he already has a good relationship with David Alonso after the Colombian spent 3 years in that junior squad in the European Talent Cup and then in the Junior World Championship as well. But it'll be interesting to see how Terol fits in there. It feels like a bit of a transitional year for the GasGas Aspar squad after having riders first and second in the championship last year, dominating so many Grand Prix, taking so many podiums, so many victories. You do feel that it's highly likely we're going to see the same this year, and it's difficult not to attach some expectations given what we saw from the squad last year. So there's big pressure for both Ryusuke Yamanaka and David Alonso to live up to those expectations. So that's the first one then. Spot the difference. This is a nice little game for practice 2. Here's number 2. Is it any different? He's out wide, can't really get it stopped, back wheels kicks out, and down goes the front. Neil, spot the difference, any?
None from where I'm sat here, Jack, I must say. Fair play to David Alonso for getting straight back on it. A few riders would be throwing their hands up in the air and gesticulating in frustration after suffering a carbon copy crash in the first 10-15 minutes of this session, but he's still out there. I think he's just left the Aspar box there. But I agree with you completely, Jack. It is a tough billing for both him and Ryusuke Yamanaka this year to live up to what they did last year. Of course, the Triple Crown holders, they won the manufacturers title, they won the teams championship, and of course the riders title with Ethan Guevara. They had the 2 best riders in Moto3 last year, with Sergio Garcia, of course, contributing in as well, finishing second in the championship. And Yamanaka, I think, had his best season to date last year. There's no question about that. Is he the kind of name, though, that can step up and become a regular race winner? I'm yet to be convinced, I have to say. I will be happy if I see him do it, but from what I've seen so far, I'm not sure he just has that absolute explosive speed to be a guy that wins races regularly. But let's see how he operates. Obviously, he was in MT Helmet's MSI squad last year. He moves across to the reigning champions. So, yeah, big pressure, I think, will be falling on his shoulders.
Well, we did tell you at the start of the session to expect a little bit more from Ayumu Sasaki this afternoon, and thank you, Ayumu, you've provided just that. The fastest lap of the day so far, a 1:47.787 for the Japanese rider, gets him to within half a second of the fastest ever lap on a Moto3 bike that we've seen around the Algarve International Circuit. Impressive stuff from Sasaki as he shows his cards as we dip into the final 15 minutes of this afternoon session. And I think this man is about to respond. Diogo Moreira rolls out of pit lane with new teammate rookie Saifedean Azman in pursuit as well. What can Moreira do as he looks to respond to his Japanese rival?
Yeah, I caught up with Yuma Sasaki during the test here 1 week ago, and he didn't really feel the need to throw any soft and new tyres at it towards the end of Friday or Saturday. He said he was just working on his rhythm over longer distances and his feeling with used tyres. And I thought, yeah, that's a sign of a confident rider when he doesn't need to see his name up at the top of the timing screens in testing. And Sasaki seemed pretty confident that he had what it takes to be in the mix pretty much right from the first race this year, and he's showing exactly that at the moment as he comes out of the final turn up over the brow of the hill. Is he going to better his own best lap time so far today? Just misses out by 0.04 of a second, but Sasaki starting to click into gear and show that he means business this year.
Absolutely, good little run this from Ayumu Sasaki, doing it by himself as well, not needing any help. I'm sure his rivals will have sat up and taken note of that one. Sasaki showing his hand here, and that's why he's been hotly tipped as one of the favourites for the year. Here are the two Leopards working together. Suzuki, thanks to a tow from Masia, jumps up to fourth. That's good to see. The Honda's a little bit more competitive this afternoon after a sluggish start this morning, catching up with Riccardo Rossi, who crashed late on. He had a big one as well, just on the brakes into turn 11, over 100 kilometres an hour. Without warning, the front end washed away, barrel rolled through the gravel trap. Fortunately for him, he's okay. He said the track was so greasy this morning, lacking any grip whatsoever. He did his first lap of the session and pulled into pit lane, convinced that he had a puncture. There was that little grip out there. The guys told him, no, the rear wheel's fine, mate. And back out he went, and he said the Hondas really do find their feet a little bit more now that the sun has come out, the temperature has gone up.
Yeah, absolutely. Towards the end of last season, those that were going to be on Hondas in Moto3 this year were, I think, a little bit concerned, honestly, going into the winter months, knowing how dominant the KTM machines or the Pira Mobility Group machines had been in 2022. It did look like a tall order with such limited development allowed in this class. Ivan Ortola goes fastest with 11 minutes remaining in this session. But a couple of the Honda teams seem to have gone away and tried to work on their own to try and find some remedies for, I guess, a lack of power, a lack of grunt. And certainly in the Vision Track racing team, they've done some really good work over the off-season. It sounds like their exhaust supplier has designed a new exhaust system for riders Ogden and Josh Watley, and that seems to have really helped them with a bit of extra top speed. Ogden obviously has done quite a bit of work on himself as well, away from the track, and he's come back refreshed and ready to go again. I think he was saying one of the keys this year is just not to put so much pressure on his shoulders. Last year, obviously, a couple of good results at the start of the year. That became his expectation going forward, and it didn't really quite go to plan towards the end of the year and just got into a bit of a downward spiral. So now with the bike, which has a few more horsepower, he seems to be performing better. Obviously, a new crew chief as well for Scott in 2023. Grant Matthews is now Scott's crew chief, and last year he was working with a Spaniard. I think there was a bit of communication difficulty there between him and his crew chief. Some stuff was getting lost in translation, and I think now Grant, who speaks Spanish as well as obviously his native English, communication is a lot freer in the box with some of Scott's mechanics, who I think are a mix of Italian and Spanish. So I think that's also contributed to a bit of a smoother operating kind of rhythm that they have now in that garage.
Neil, are you saying that Scott's South Yorkshire drawl doesn't translate well across to a Spanish speaker?
Well, you tell me, Jack.
The answer is yes, it does.
You're the Yorkshireman living in Spain.
Mine's a West Yorkshire drawl, and sometimes it can be challenging. But good to see that Scott, up there in 6th at the moment, was running in a new engine this morning and felt that it just needed a few more laps, maybe another session, to really get the very best out of that one. And clearly he's found that much-needed poke now to find himself in 6th. Meanwhile, the goalposts have been moved once again. That man, Danny Holgado, we've been singing his praises all throughout the day, and he's now now taken top spot, a 1:47.320. They are now within a tenth of a second of us witnessing history around Portimao. Let me remind you, the fastest ever lap that we've seen here in testing last weekend, Riccardo Rossi's 1:47.211. So they are within touching distance of it now. Wouldn't be surprised in these final 9 minutes if we see that go.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, Jack. We're just a tenth off. These guys are really going to be pushing to try and lay down a marker in these final 8 minutes. So Holgado looking good. It's the two best men from this morning, looking good, 1 and 2 so far in this session. But a few other names feel Riccardo Rossi perhaps, as well as Yumu Sasaki. They might have something to say about that as the clock ticks down. We saw quite a bit of this morning. The two CF motorbikes out on track together with Joel Kelso, the number 66, currently leading Xavi Artigas, the number 43. Jack, you just mentioned that Xavi is now the tallest man in this Moto3 class. That might contributed to his slightly underwhelming season last year. A little bit like Vision Track. The season started well for these guys, or for that team, and then it just kind of slowly fell apart, and really the riders were nowhere to be seen in the autumn of last year. But they've hit the refresh, a bit of personnel change within their garage as well. And Joel Kelso coming across, he's been really pleased with how things are working out for him so far in that squad. Feels the bike is a little bit faster than what he had last year, and he's just a little more impressed with the working method of the Bristol GP mechanics than what he had in previous years. And Kelso already showing some pretty good speed, 5th fastest for the Australian.
He's good around here as well. Is Kelso picked up his debut Junior GP victory at this very circuit back in 2021, sorry. It will have been now. Both Kelso and Artigas are quite the couple together. Kelso, one of the shortest on the grid at 163 centimetres, and Artigas, as we said, the tallest of the lot at 180 centimetres. The small and tall connection clearly working well though, as Kelso dragged his teammate round.
Does that remind you of anyone?
You could say. We need a camera in the commentary box. It's like me and Neil stood next to each other. Neil towering over 6 foot and me barely breaking 5'6".
Sorry, Jack, I just had to get that one in. You opened yourself up to it.
We're less than an hour into working together and you're already taking pop shots at me. Christian Lundberg on the left there, and Miodrag Couture just behind with the glasses on. Two of the head honchos down at Leopard, trying to figure out what to do next with Jaume Masia, whilst Tatsuki Suzuki in the background just gesticulating, I think, with his right hand, that he was struggling for rear grip a little bit, offering as if that rear wheel is just trying to kick out on him. The pair were sent out to work together. That leaves Suzuki into 11th, and Masia, alarmingly, which is why there were some slightly concerned faces in that Leopard box, has just dropped outside of the top 14 into 15th. Meanwhile, our eyes are on the timesheets here. Holgado in touching distance of going quicker yet again. Rueda's on a good lap, as is his teammate Dennis Onchu as well. Here is one of the IO guys, Jose Antonio Rueda, the rookie. 0.3 of a second adrift through that third sector, which should be good enough to at least put him inside the top 5 at the moment. We'll watch him through the final corner, the brilliant final corner here in Portimao, as he rises up the hill and towards the start-finish line. Both Rueda and Onchu on course to improve here. Rueda and Onchu maybe caught some traffic there. Those guys behind potentially disrupting their runs, because both of them losing 0.75 of a second alone through that final sector.
Yeah, something not quite clicking for them on that lap. Maybe they did hit traffic, as you said, Jack. Rueda, well, he was second fastest here a week ago in pre-season testing. I think he sat up there at the side of this group to let a few riders through. He'll maybe try again on the lap after this. But yeah, he comes into here this season with huge expectations on his shoulders, probably from the both of us up in the commentary box, Jack, considering that he's a bit of a history maker, the first rider ever to win the Red Bull Rookies Cup and the Junior GP Series in the same year. And well, the fact that he was so fast throughout pre-season indicates to me that yeah, he could be fighting towards the front early into the season.
Yeah, remember catching catching up with Kev Codland, last year a former Moto2 rider, World Supersport, British Supersport rider, who now is the team manager for the Estrella Galicia junior squad in the Junior GP series, who Jose Antonio Rueda was riding for last year. And I said, just how good is he, Kev? And he said, good, very good. And it's clear to see as well, it is easy to forget that that feat that he managed last year was even more impressive. That of course he was on a KTM in the Red Bull Rookies, but then was jumping back onto a Honda in the Junior GP and was still fast and still winning races left, right and centre. And we've known from previous history of watching this that it's not an easy feat from one year to the next, transitioning across from a KTM to a Honda or vice versa, but to be doing it every weekend and still winning, that's some talent.
Yeah, absolutely. It does seem that every single year, starting the Moto3 World Championship, there's a new Spanish hotshot teenager that you have to look out for, but Rueda is certainly the one this year that you should keep your eyes on as the season progresses, maybe even as this weekend progresses. Let's see how he gets on in the final 3.5 minutes, however. We see a couple of improvements here from the Japanese contingent, with Sasaki going 4th, Toba up to 6th. Toba had a bit of a difficult morning earlier on in practice 1, but he's recovered pretty well. As you were saying this morning, Jack, a first-round specialist is Kaito Toba. Some of his best results of his career have come in the first race of the season, usually in Qatar Mine. Does seem to like that particular track, but Toba returning to Honda machinery after 3 years aboard a KTM. Really a time for the number 27 to step up his results and his performances this year if he wants to remain in the Moto3 World Championship.
And a good lap that from Toba as well. A little shuffle to the order. Still Holgado that leads the way. That 147.320. Followed by Moreira. Munoz, who jumped up to 3rd. Sasaki, as you noted, up to 4th. And Toba up to 6th. As a result, these guys, Jose Antonio Rueda and Denis Onchu, need to pull their finger out. 2.5 minutes remaining. Antonio Rueda isn't going to improve here. He's run wide. 13th and 14th has been at serious risk of finding themselves outside of an automatic Q2 place ahead of tomorrow morning, and a pair of them will be going to bed tonight if they do slip outside of that top 14, praying that we don't see any rain like we saw this morning. And here we are, Neil, less than an hour in, and the Moto3 fun and games have begun.
Yeah, these guys need to be careful, because we know the race direction and the FIM stewards are well, they're not really on the lenient side with this kind of antics in Moto3 anymore. So anyone that is excessively cruising around, waiting for faster riders to go through, they will be penalised in some shape or form. I think it was before qualifying last year that we saw several names caught out because they were touring, looking for a faster tow. Quite a few penalties handed out as well. So yeah, let's see if something happens there.
Absolutely, and the year before as well. Let's not forget Pedro Acosta winning from pit lane as a result of a penalty. We've seen it on many occasions that the stewards do like to set a precedent at the opening round of the year. So these guys need to be on their best behaviour. It looks as though they've got back down to business, thankfully. So I doubt we'll see any penalties for that one, but let's wait and see. We may well have news for you tomorrow morning. Good lap, and a needed lap coming here from Jaume Masia, who has managed to shake off the bruises that he picked up from a monster high side 1 week ago, and looks set to go inside the top 14 here, dragging teammate Tatsuki Suzuki with him as well. Masia 17th at the moment and goes 11th. He won't be too pleased with that one, still in a little bit of danger, but good enough for Leopard. 11th and 13th, they've just about got both riders inside that top 14 with just about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's Masia's section pretty much over, because he was off the outside of the curve there on the exit of turn 1. I do think that that means that the number 5 will have this lap cancelled for exceeding track limits. So Masia, I think he'll be doing a best of 11th. Let's see if the men behind him can improve. Rueda, you can see there, 15th. He's knocked outside the top 14. He really needs to make this final lap work, but the lap time doesn't seem to be coming, Jack.
He's in trouble here. Less than 10 seconds to go. He's not going to get across the line to get another lap in. So Jose Antonio Rueda, it looks likely, will find himself languishing outside of the top 14 ahead of practice 3 tomorrow. And the same is going to be said for David Alonso as well. The two men, the two rookies that we were singing the praises of in practice 1, having finished that one in 3rd and 6th, well, they've failed to continue that form on through into practice 2. 15th for Rueda, 16th for Alonso.
Yeah, you can see David Salvador there improved towards the end of the session, up into 19. for the number 38, but there was no real big jumpers at the end of this session. We do have decent conditions forecast for tomorrow, Jack, and you just wonder whether a few guys were noting that and thinking there's no need to put it all on the line at the end of today's session. But not too many movers or shakers at the end of this practice 2 session in Moto 3, which is quite unlike the class, you have to say. But just as we were saying at the start of this session, Dani Holgado looking in great shape, and you have to say, after another sterling performance, the number 96 is looking the class of the field currently.
Absolutely, Neil. If we were to put the tag of favourite on anybody following the opening day of running, then you'll have to go to that man, Spain's Dani Holgado. Second overall in practice, and then goes one better to take top spot on Friday. A 1:47.320, less than a tenth away from the fastest ever lap we've seen here in Portimao. A great start for Holgado.
Yeah, great start too for this man, Diogo Moreira. As you said at the start of the broadcast, 5 of the 10 MotoGP riders that were in front assembled of the world's media in the press conference yesterday. They were asked for their predictions in all 3 Grand Prix classes. In fact, all 4 Grand Prix classes for this year. Moreira was the Moto 3 pick for 5 of them, so he's certainly highly thought of among people in this paddock. Moreira, first this morning, second this afternoon. Another really strong session for him.
Holgado did get a mention, I believe, as well. One MotoGP rider, unfortunately, I just cannot remember who. It might have been Joan Mir, maybe, was it? I remember anybody, put their bet on Dani Holgado, so he's certainly not going under the radar too much. Neither is this man. I don't think under the radar and David Munoz have ever gone together, especially with that highlighter yellow livery. He's going to be in amongst it on Sunday, that's for certain. Jose Boea caught up with him after practice 1 this morning and said, a little bit under the radar was David. He went, oh, don't worry, he barely wakes up until the afternoon, so at least he was right. 3rd fastest overall for the young Spaniard.
Yeah, 4th place then for Yuma Sasaki. He's been slightly under the radar today, hasn't been topping times or topping sessions so far at the number 71, but he's been steady away, pretty smooth, right into the rhythm of the year so far. Sasaki, 4th quickest, looking pretty strong. And once again, you have to say, the KTMs are looking pretty strong here, Jack. They had a clear advantage at this track a year ago. The Hondas found it difficult to get within that leading group. But, yeah, the quickest Honda so far, Kaito Toba in 6th. Rossi and then Ogden 8th and 9th. So a good job by those Honda guys inside the top 10. But Dani Holgado was the leading man in Moto 3 this afternoon at Portimao with the fastest time of 1:47.320. That is just a tenth of a second off the official Moto 3 lap record. Diogo Moreira has had a great day here on the Algarve. He was second after topping earlier this morning. Practice session ahead of Munoz, Sasaki, Artola, Toba, Kelso, Rossi, Ogden and Nepa. Xavier Artigas was 11th. Jaume Masia managed to squeeze inside the top 14 ahead of Suzuki and Dennis Onju. Jose Rueda is just outside the top 14. And David Alonso crashed twice down at turn 5. He was 16th. Furusato, Salvador, Yamanaka, Fenati and Weiser. And then Carrasco, Bertelli and Asman make up the rest of the standings. And we saw Farioli, Watley and Fallon towards the end of the order.
compare that with some of Vietti's mistakes last season, where he appeared to have everything under control when he was chasing down Ayagura and Somkhiat Chantra in the Austrian Grand Prix of 2022, just as he was about to catch them and perhaps take the 2 positions required for a much-needed Grand Prix victory at that time of the season to try and keep his championship hopes alive. He crashed into turn 3 when, as I say, he appeared to have all the time in the world to make those 2 crucial overtakes. So Vietti, another rider who was being mentioned in MotoGP terms last year. There were reports at one stage linking him with the RNF Aprilia ride alongside Miguel Oliveira. Those conversations and rumours have certainly quietened down somewhat. I think he's another rider who just needs to get his head down and focus on the task at hand. Just a bit of housekeeping to quickly bring you. Again, if you weren't with us for practice 1 this morning, 2 very high-profile names are not with us this weekend in Portimao for the opening round of the season, including this man's teammate, Jake Dixon's teammate, Ethan Guevara, who was so excited about that potential rider lineup for this season. Ethan Guevara will not be with us this weekend, nor in Argentina in a week's time. Guevara, who did have a crash very early in the first day of off-season private testing at Jerez. And ever since, he's been suffering very badly from arm pump and also some ligament damage in his arm. He has now gone under the surgeon's knife, and we hope to see him back very, very soon so he can truly get his Moto2 campaign and career underway. And very quickly, I mentioned in the Session 1 results earlier on, there is just one Idemitsu Honda Team Asia rider out on track this weekend. That is Somkhiat Chantra. Reason for that, last year's championship runner-up, Ayagura, will not be taking part this weekend. He also has a pretty nasty wrist injury sustained in a motocross crash at Rocco's Ranch on the 1st of March. He broke his left wrist, and we also believe there's some damage as well to the ligaments in his wrist. So we won't be seeing Ayagura, at least for this weekend.
Yeah, not this weekend. You'd have to say next weekend in Argentina is pretty unlikely as well, because the scaphoid, I mean, breaking that just on the eve of the season is bad enough, but then suffering the ligament damage as well, that's going to take some time to heal. So far from the ideal start to Ai's season, and he'll be playing catch-up, I feel, once the championship comes back to Europe towards the end of April, the start of May, for the Spanish Grand Prix, round 4. We just saw there David Sanchez down in the forward team garage. There's actually been a late substitution because Alex Escrig, who is their new rider for this year, he had a big crash testing at Jerez a week ago. He's damaged some parts of his body, and well, he was past fit yesterday to ride today, but actually the team realised that he was unable to go out in FP1 and just wasn't quite fit enough after some injuries sustained in that crash in Jerez. He took a big old bang. He was reporting serious pain in his shoulder, knee and ankle. And certainly if you see Escrig walking around the paddock, he is hobbling on a crutch.
I wouldn't call it a walk either, yeah. He was at the photo opportunity on the grid yesterday, which of course was missing, as I mentioned, 2 of its key characters. And he did have crutches with him. He wasn't able to get around the paddock without the aid of crutches. So rather unsurprising that Escrig, once he didn't take any part in practice 1 this morning, the writing really appeared to be on the wall, didn't it, that he wasn't going to take any further part in the weekend. He was initially, our information was, he was going to be reviewed following practice 1, and by virtue of the fact that he didn't take any part in it, I think the review kind of took care of itself. As Neil mentioned, it is David Sanchez who will replace him in the forward team. We have seen him before. He did stand in at the forward team in Malaysia last year in place of the injured Simone Corsi.
Yeah, and just going back to Guevara, you mentioned obviously isn't here this weekend, won't be in Argentina next weekend either. It was chronic compartmental syndrome that he was suffering in his right arm, as well as some a triangle ligament injury as well. And I was at the test here a week ago. Pretty much after any session I saw him riding in, Guevara was pretty much trying to shake off pain and discomfort in that right arm. It was pretty clear that yeah, he was far from comfortable on the bike. So it's going to be a bit of a slow start, you feel, for the reigning Moto3 champion in this class that he stepped up to in 2023.
I think it was something most people immediately noticed when they just took one look at live timing or results from any session in testing last weekend. All of us were looking at Ethan Guevara and thinking, surely there's no way he's that far down the field on pure outright pace. There must be something else going on, and indeed it turned out to be the case. There is no questioning the freakish talent that Ethan Guevara has at his disposal. He did post on social media yesterday following the surgery on his right arm, and he said, "We're having a bit of a complicated start to the season, but luckily I'm out of the operating room. Everything went perfectly. The truth is that in pre-season I wasn't comfortable, and in a few turns I was losing the strength in my right arm and had a lot of pain in my wrist. My focus now is on recovery. In a week's time I'll be working with physios to get back as soon as possible. If all goes well, I'm going to have to adapt to this new category on the go. No question about that, but I'll work even harder to be 100% as soon as possible." And he wants to thank the doctors, including Dr. Mir and Dr. Chartra, for their magnificent treatment, and to all the team, because even though they're not with him, they've been supporting him and giving him encouragement at all times. Of course, he's been with the Aspar team and the Aspar family for many, many years. It's, I guess, a feature. We often see it, don't we, when riders move on to machinery and motorcycles that have perhaps greater loads or put greater forces through the body. It's not uncommon to see riders moving up to a higher category with perhaps a more physical motorcycle. The arm pump is one of the first things to kick in.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is such a physical track as well, the Algarve International Circuit, with its crests and rises. As you can see, Pedro Acosta just negotiating. I spoke to Pedro early on Thursday, and he was telling me that he was not exactly physically perfect last year. He found that he didn't quite have enough muscle, not enough strength to move around these bikes, especially at the start of races with a full fuel tank. And he's gone away to the gym over the winter months, put on, I think, 3 kilos compared to last year, most of it muscle, judging by his appearance. He's certainly bulked out a little bit as the number 37, so physically he's feeling definitely in a better place this year than he was a year ago.
Difficult, as I mentioned, to draw any concrete conclusions from practice one this morning, although Acosta once again did show a little glimpse of the consistency that he displayed through pre-season testing. He was able to lap relatively comfortably in the low 143s this morning, and he's already into the 142s. That's consecutive laps for Pedro Acosta on a 142.8. He leads the session at the moment by half a tenth of a second from Philip Salach for the QJ Motor Gresini Moto 2 squad. Tony Arbolino slots into third place. This morning's pacer, Jake Dixon, is just behind him. But given the conditions that they experienced this morning, expect the lap times on the whole to drop a little this afternoon. Just to give you an idea of what sort of lap times to expect in Moto 2, the all-time lap record around here, set by Raul Fernandez in 2021, was a 142.101. At the test here last weekend, Pedro Acosta did a 141.907, the fastest lap unofficially that we've ever seen around this circuit. Practice 2 this afternoon and a 30-minute practice 3 tomorrow, and it is at that point that the top 14 automatic qualifiers through to qualifying 2 will be decided.
Yeah, you'll definitely want to stick around this afternoon, because we have practice 2 coming up for MotoGP, and at the end of that, the top 10, the automatic top 10 going into Q2 will be decided for qualifying 2 tomorrow. That's a new change for this year, but with Moto 3 and Moto 2, the format stays pretty much the same as before, with the top 14 decided at the end of Saturday morning's run in practice 3. So Manuel Gonzalez, latest man to go quickest. Tony Arbolino's had a get off at turn 8.
Looks like he's at turn 5 today, doesn't it, in the background there? It's a corner that's caught out 1 or 2 earlier on today. Indeed, that's turn 7 now that Tony Arbolino is heading through. This is turn 8, where Frankie Morbidelli had a nasty high side in practice 1 in MotoGP earlier on today. Clearly no harm done for Arbolino, who's back aboard his Elfmark VDS Calyx, and there you can see him the front end just tucking as he rounds the apex. It's quite a late apex in the end as you fire it out of turn 5. Arbolino didn't make it that far.
Yeah, slow speed get off for Tony. Crew chief Lucio Nicastro notes it down on the clipboard. The Italian not looking best pleased with how things have gone so far, but no damage really done to bike or rider. And Arbolino, I think that's another name that we have to look at very seriously for the championship this year, Lewis. I mean, I think it's clear that Pedro Acosta is going to be the man to beat in Moto 2 this year. I had Agura down as possibly his closest contender, but with his injury complications at the start of this year, I'm looking at Arbolino in the first 3 or 4 races as maybe the man that's going to run him hardest early on.
Arbolino was the form rider at the end of last season, certainly. In the last 6 Grand Prix of 2022, nobody scored more points than Tony Arbolino. He's still awaiting his first pole position in Moto2, but he became a frequent winner last season. And in many ways, he played quite a key role in the end in the outcome of the World Championship, effectively pushing Ayagura, should I say, into that mistake on the final lap of the Malaysian Grand Prix as they came through turn 9. Ayagura was so desperate to try and beat this man to the victory and take maximum points in Malaysia that he made that vital mistake, which he was unable to rectify the damage of in the final round in Valencia.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 wins and a further podium from the final 4 races of the year. That was some excellent form that he's carried into the winter. Some real momentum that he's continued through pre-season as well. I caught up with Tony a week ago at the pre-season test, and he was so relaxed. He was saying pretty much any time during pre-season he didn't even feel like he was approaching the limit of his package, but he felt he could run consistently good lap times. Yeah, he just looked like the absolute picture of contentment and relaxed. So yeah, I expect Arbolino to pick up where he left off at the end of last year. Now, of course, in his 3rd season in the Moto2 class, he has the experience behind him to now step up and properly fight for the championship.
On board with Alonso Lopez, the Alonso, looking to perform a few more magic tricks to try and reel in Pedro Acosta and company in 2023. Sits in 5th position at the moment. A very different vibe around Alonso Lopez. Of course, didn't start the 2022 season, so this is the first time he's raced in the Grand Prix Moto2 class around this circuit. Of course, still with the Boscoscuro Speed Up team, but there's just a very different feeling around him. Of course, there is now an element of pressure and expectation on Alonso Lopez's shoulders. He's another rider who will surely be on the radar of a MotoGP team or 2 if his 2022 form continues into this season. But Lopez, who really caught us all by surprise with the way he immediately clicked in the Grand Prix paddock last season, I guess the question now, it's a very different kind of pressure on his shoulders, rather than racing with very little to lose and just almost being taken along for the ride and enjoying every race weekend and almost being surprised it's going so well. He and everyone around him will now be expecting him to not only challenge for victories but also push this man Pedro Acosta somewhere close for the World Championship.
Yeah, it's really intriguing to see how Lopez will deal with that pressure this year. As you said, last year was, I wouldn't say easy, but with no pressure or expectation whatsoever on him coming into this class. Obviously he had to prove that he belonged at World Championship level. He never exactly set the world alight in his Moto3 days, but now having that expectation, it will be interesting to see how he deals with it. He's looked pretty good largely through pre-season, apart from that stomach bug which hampered him at this test 1 week ago. Aside from that, Lopez was looking pretty strong at Jerez, was inside the top 3 at the end of the 2nd day there. And I don't know if you saw, Lewis, but already at the recent MotoGP test at this track, I saw some Spanish journalists linking Lopez to a possible Yamaha ride in MotoGP in the future. So it does appear as though he might be on Yamaha factory boss's radar for the future.
You can hardly blame them based on what he's done so far. As we take a look at him rounding the tight turn 3 and the uphill climb towards turn 4. Very little on this Portimao circuit is flat. You're very often going either straight uphill or straight downhill. And that is what makes this such a popular circuit for so many. Sam Lowes has moved up into 2nd place just a moment ago. Lowes is within a 1/10 of a second now of Pedro Acosta. He's a rider who will be looking to leave 2022 firmly in the rear-view mirror. A season which the Brit only finished in the points on 5 occasions last season. He either failed to finish or failed to start 10 of the 20 Grand Prix last season. Sam Lowes, who had a season blighted by injuries. The most significant of those, of course, came at the British Grand Prix when he crashed early on in the weekend and was suffering with shoulder pain pretty much for the rest of the season. But he also started last year with tendinitis in his left wrist. He injured himself. He had neck pain and dizziness, which caused him to sit out the French Grand Prix, followed by that left shoulder and arm injury sustained at Silverstone. A fully fit Sam Lowes is a fast Sam Lowes, as proven by his Moto2 record, and it appears as if we've got something approaching a fully fit Sam Lowes for this season, which I have to say I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, exactly. I think Sam was sweating through the Christmas holiday with regards to his fitness. Still wasn't feeling drastic improvements with the condition of his left shoulder, but I think once the new year passed, he started to see some real improvements in that regard and was able to start building up the strength in that. He said he actually feels stronger than he has done for about 5 years coming into this season. And speaking to one member of his team during testing, they said he's not just in a good place physically, but mentally as well. He seems pretty relaxed, seems ready to play the long game this year. And we know that this is a really good track for Sam. He had a fantastic podium here back in 2020, the first year that Grand Prix racing came to the Algarve International Circuit. And that was just, I think, a week after he had sustained a horrible injury at Valencia when he was in the Moto2 title fight. So it's a good track for Sam, and he certainly seems pretty confident after the end of winter testing that he can maybe be a bit of a factor towards the front this weekend. So keep your eyes out in the number 22.
One of the gutsiest rides many of us have ever seen, certainly in the Moto2 class, but just in Grand Prix racing in general. Given what was on the line, Sam Lowes just had to put any kind of pain to the back of his mind and try and chase that ultimate dream of the World Championship. I also remember him arriving here in 2021 and having that huge high side at the very first corner of the race, at a point where Sam Lowes looked the overwhelming World Championship favourite, having won both of those opening two races, the double header under the lights in Qatar to start the 2021 season. And unfortunately, it was here where his title challenge began to unravel a little bit as Red Bull KTM Ajo took control of the World Championship, and they've kind of not relinquished control of it ever since, have they, with Fernandez and Gardner dominating as Aaron Canet almost gets out of the seat there, coming around turn 14. And of course, last season, Augusto Fernandez and Pedro Acosta taking between them a whole heap of victories. Fernandez winning the World Championship, with Pedro Acosta also with those 3 victories, including the final round in Valencia, certainly establishing them as the class of the field in this Moto2 World Championship.
Yeah, a lot of Moto2 riders throughout pre-season pointing to Augusto Fernandez's 2022 as an example of the need for consistency. I mean, Augusto didn't exactly have a brilliant start to his championship year last year. Indeed, Acosta was joking that when they got to Le Mans, I think the 7th round of last year, both him and Augusto shared a private joke that before long they weren't even going to have a team garage to work in. They were going to be back at the back of the paddock in some of the tents which are reserved for the teams that are lower down in the championship in both Moto2 and Moto3. It was looking that bad, I guess, for Augusto Fernandez at that point in the season, yet he managed to put some really consistent results together, a couple of wins before the summer break, and next thing he knew, he was up there fighting for the championship, which he did eventually win. So several riders have pointed to that as an example of, you know, you don't necessarily have to come out all guns blazing in this early stage of the season, and with such an intense period coming up after the summer break, where we're racing in the likes of Australia, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Qatar, and Valencia, all within, I think, 7 weeks. As long as you're kind of in the mix going into that spell, then definitely anything can happen.
It took a long time last year for the Moto2 World Championship to really take shape and settle down. After the first 3 Grand Prix, we thought it was almost going to be a case of when rather than if Celestino Vietti was going to win the title. It took 70 points from a possible 75 in the first 3 Grand Prix of the season before we arrived in Europe for the first race of the European season, which was here last year. But as far as the season as a whole was concerned, we had 7 first-time winners in the 2022 Moto2 World Championship. Vietti was the first up, then we saw Somkhiat Chantra winning in Mandalika. Tony Arbolino took his first win in Austin before Joe Roberts triumphed here in that rather perplexing Portuguese Grand Prix, which saw so many riders fail to take the restart after that localised shower at turn 2. Ayagura, who triumphed for the first time at Jerez. Pedro Acosta, who triumphed at Mugello. And Alonso Lopez took his first win, first 2 last season at Misano, as Pedro Acosta crosses the line. That's 11 laps completed for him. I'm just taking a look through his recent laps. A 1:43.010 on that last lap for Pedro Acosta. That follows a 1:43.021 on the lap before that, and a 1:43.2 on the previous lap. This is looking very much like the pre-season Pedro Acosta. He's picking up where he left off.
Yeah, he's not the bookie's favourite for no reason, is the number 51 in this class. I think pretty much across the board, Acosta is the fancied man for this season. Just when you look at his career trajectory, it definitely does make sense, considering he came in, won Moto3 at his first attempt. And just a bit of inexperience last year, I think, cost him. Maybe those pre-season testing performances at Jerez and Portimao last year didn't do him any favours, because he came into round one actually with people expecting him to be the champion-elect, and it didn't quite pan out that way. It took about 6 or 7 races for Acosta to find his feet in this series, but once he did, he was more or less a regular fixture inside the top 6. Kept on managing to make his way towards the front, and yeah, it's that kind of consistency that he just needs to carry into this year. And well, I guess it's only a matter of time, Lewis, before we start talking about when will he be going to MotoGP, because if he does start this season brilliantly, he will be putting KTM in a very awkward position.
He will, and he'll be, I guess, thinking to himself, well, what more have I got to learn in the Moto2 class if he's already winning frequently this season? And you'd imagine KTM will be very, very keen to keep him very much within their family and have control of his destiny going forward. But if there is any sort of buyout in the contract of Pedro Acosta, you'd imagine there'll be plenty of research going on from factories up and down the MotoGP pit lane and agents as well, trying to work out how much they can pay. I think KTM will basically want an open blank check written for the services of Pedro Acosta if they're going to release him. KTM are in such a luxurious position of having the factory teams that they have in both Moto2 with the Red Bull KTM IO squad, but also their Moto3 squad, in that they essentially have free pick of all of the bright young talents that emerge through Junior GP and the Red Bull Rookies MotoGP Cup, and they're able to just plug them into their own production line and try and manage them all the way up into MotoGP. So many recent examples of that. You just need to look at the Red Bull KTM IO team itself. Just in recent years, they've sent Augusto Fernandez, Raul Fernandez, Remy Gardner, Miguel Oliveira and Brad Binder. Not only have they taken all those riders either to or close to the Moto2 World Championship, but also promoted them all the way up into MotoGP. Not that it always worked out particularly well for those respective riders within KTM's MotoGP setup, but they're certainly giving them the opportunity to go into the Premier class and deliver. Pedro Acosta is the latest example of that, and his teammate Albert Arenas, who's currently in 17th position on a 144.117, teammate here to Pedro Acosta. What an opportunity that falls his way for this season, moving across from the Aspar team with which he clinched the 2020 Moto3 World Championship right here at Portimao at the end of that season, moving across to the team that is by common consensus the pick of the Moto2 World Championship. Albert Arenas is in a position really where he's got no excuses now. He's had a couple of years of experience in the Moto2 World Championship, definitely made a step forward last season, even if he didn't ultimately convert that into results. But he's surely at a position where he's got to deliver, and he's got to try and withstand an onslaught from the other side of his pit box.
Yep, absolutely. Arenas now in his 3rd year in this category. Of course, the 2020 Moto3 World Champion, moving across from the Aspar squad to the IO box this year. And you mentioned he made a step last year. I definitely agree with that. He was close to the front on many occasions, scored a best result of 4th at Misano last year. A few occasions when he was actually fighting for the podium and even the victory, when he actually crashed out. That was not a common feature, but when he was towards the front, he just didn't quite have enough in reserve to see it through until the checkered flag. So that's something that Arenas will obviously need to work on. But he does have the good fortune, I guess, to know that pretty much anyone that's gone into that garage in the last couple of years has been seriously competitive. I mean, IO KTM were 1 and 2 in the championship in 2021, and then 1 and 5 in the championship last year, with both Fernandez and Acosta sharing a good portion of wins. So yeah, big things expected of Arenas this year.
Yeah, Fridays and Saturdays weren't particularly the problem for the 75 last season. It was on the Sundays when the points were handed out. He qualified on the front 2 rows of the grid 7 times last year, so effectively 1 in 3 he would start in the top 6. But on each of those occasions, he would end up going backwards in the race. And unfortunately, on 3 of those occasions, he didn't even see the checkered flag at all. So cashing in on good qualifying results was really a problem for Arenas last year, and something that he will need to rectify this season. As discussed, there is no question about the talent that Arenas possesses. You don't win a Moto3 World Championship unless you are some talent, but equally it's about applying that on a consistent basis this season. Alonso Lopez then into the 142s. At the moment we've got a quarter of a second covering our top 6 riders, led by Acosta. It's Acosta from Sam Lowe's and Manuel Gonzalez. Salach sits 4th, building on his strong start to the weekend earlier on this morning. Then it's Alonso Lopez and Canet. Arbolino is in 7th, and then Jake Dixon 8th. He's the first rider on our tower on your left-hand side of the screen who's yet to improve on what he did this morning. 4 riders so far in this session yet to improve. Dixon is one of them. Celestino Vietti is another, which is why he slipped to 11th. Jeremy Alcoba, who was on the fringes of the top 10 this morning, has slipped to 16th. He's failed to better his 143.7. And Sergio Garcia, perhaps the standout rookie from pre-season testing so far. He's yet to improve on a 144.2 that he did this morning. He ended this morning's running in 15th. He's dropped 3 places so far this afternoon.
Yeah, decent performance so far from Darren Bindu, you would have to say, up inside the top 14. Another rookie in this class. We have 8 rookies in total in Moto2 in 2023, with the likes of Kota Nozani taken to the grid, Sergio Garcia, Lewis just mentioned, Darren Binder, of course, Alex Escridge, Rory Skinner from Scotland, currently in 21st, as well as Dennis Foggia, former Moto3 championship contender, Borja Gomez, who's a new name for many. He's made a few appearances at the end of last year. And then, of course, Ethan Guevara, who won't be here this weekend, nor will he be in Argentina in 1 week's time. So a pretty talented rookie field, you would have to say. The 3 best Moto3 riders last year all stepping up. And then, of course, Darren Binder as well, plus Rory Skinner, one of the brightest talents to come through the British Championship in recent years. Rory stepping up as a contender in BSB last year. I'd have to say, on the whole, those are 5 very exciting rookie talents to emerge in Moto2 this year.
Yeah, check on Rory Skinner's progress. He's in 21st position at the moment, 1.6 seconds off the pace of 144.329 for him. I guess the best reference for him will be his teammate, Sean Dillon Kelly, who's having a decent start to the weekend. You can just see him there in the back of the picture on the number 4, the OnlyFans-sponsored American Racing Kalex. Sean Dillon Kelly and Rory Skinner will be giving you a behind-the-scenes insight into how their season is going via that particular platform. So if you can convince your landlords to take down the internet block on that particular website, you might be able to keep an eye on how their season is going. But Sean Dillon Kelly currently in 17th position on a 143.5, should I say, and he's a few places ahead of his teammate Skinner. Kelly up to 15th now, 6 places ahead of Skinner.
Decent lap time there for Jake Dixon coming in. We were just saying that he had failed to improve in this session so far, but that 42.489 is the quickest Moto2 time of the day and sees Jake return to the top spot in this class. We mentioned it briefly this morning. Dixon obviously coming into 2023 on the back of his best ever Grand Prix season, 6 podiums last year. He made a really strong step forward. He said, I think, that Chantra was maybe the most improved rider in Moto2 last year. Dixon, I guess, could also claim to be that. It was really a strong season, and he ended it very well indeed, with some really strong performances during the flyaway races. But pre-season really was quite complicated.
Someone's gone down in our headphones. We'll no doubt catch up on that in a moment. It's not Pedro Acosta, because we're watching him. It's Somkhat Chantra, who is the sole entrant, of course, this weekend. He's absolutely fine, as you can see, as he sort of stretches his arms out, but he's clearly cross at himself or at the motorcycle for not cooperating with what he wanted to do with it through turn 14. You can see the long lap penalty lane in the background, which will be welcoming Celestino Vietti on a couple of occasions on Sunday. But that is the end of Somkhat Chantra's session, by the looks of it, as they wheel that Kalex over to the outside of the corner. It's right on board then with Somkhat Chantra dropping down from turn 13 into 14, second gear around 60 miles an hour. Maybe a little bit wide on the way in, perhaps slightly off the apex. But whatever the issue, the front end did not want to turn in for Songkyak Chantra. Clearly frustration rather than any sort of pain. That would be the main question that the Honda Team Asia squad wanted to answer, given that he's their only fully fit rider here this weekend. Chantra is absolutely fine.
Yeah, frustrated himself for that mistake. No wonder the Thai rider was waving his arms around in the frustration. That's his session over with, you would have to imagine. Can't see him getting back out on track in the 9 minutes to come. But yeah, good turnaround this, you have to say, on a Friday from Jake Dixon. Because he had, I think, 5 crashes in 3 days across pre-season between the tests at Jerez and here in Portimao. I caught up with him the second day of testing in Portimao, and he was saying that yeah, he was really feeling like he was on the back foot, just really couldn't get confident with the front end of the new Calac chassis that we have for this year. I think he went back to last year's chassis, also last year's forks at one point in the test, to try and find a bit of a direction, to find a bit of comfort, a bit of confidence. And well, whatever changes they've made done in that Aspar Gas Garage, you have to say they've worked, because Jake is looking like the rider we saw last year on these laps here in Portimao. And you have to say he's probably coming into this year thinking that he should be a fairly regular podium contender, if not victory contender.
Pace is certainly there for Jake Dixon. We've seen enough evidence of that already here today. Quickest this morning, quickest so far this afternoon. Although he did, of course, have that tip-off at turn 5 earlier on in this morning's session, to add to the 5 crashes in pre-season testing that Neil referred to. In that respect, it's probably not the best time to mention that Jake Dixon is yet to finish a race here in the 3 previous visits, including, of course, that agonising crash from the lead when it appeared as he had a gilt-wrapped opportunity to take a first victory with so many of the key contenders out of play following the red flag here last season. But Jake Dixon showing all the capabilities at the moment that he can challenge for a race victory in his own right against a full complement of Moto2 riders. We're seeing a few red and orange sectors on our timing screens at the moment. Perhaps the riders keen to ensure they've got a banker lap on the board in case conditions aren't quite as conducive to fast lap times in tomorrow morning's 30-minute practice 3. Reminder, the top 14 spots that will automatically seat the riders through to qualifying 2 will not be set, as someone else has gone down in our headphones. They will not be set until the end of tomorrow morning's practice 3, which is just 30 minutes long. So the riders keen to make sure they've got a lap time on the board. And it's Aaron Canet who's gone down, and that's also at turn 14. Same corner that caught out Chantra. Aaron Canet has joined him in the very same gravel trap.
Yeah, Canet had a good start to that lap that he was just on. Personal best sectors in 1 and 2, and then you could see he lost around 3.5 seconds in sector 3. Don't know whether he was just trying to up his speed before going on to a flying lap as he pitched into turn 14 here. Just a little too fast as he entered towards the apex. The front washed away, and unfortunately that is a sight that we saw a few too many times in 2022. Aaron Canet, 20 times he crashed across 2022, and well, it's just taken him 1 session and a bit to add to his account this year. So Canet, we know he has the speed, we know he has the talent. Another guy we're expecting big things from. He really needs to step up this year.
Well, the words fast but fragile come to mind for Aaron Canet, because in addition to the 20 crashes he had last year, he had 21 the season before that in his 2021 Moto2 season. So he's got a bit of habit of this, as Neil mentioned, but Pedro Acosta, I think he's going to make this a real habit this season as he eats into the gap between himself and Celestino Vietti up ahead of him. Acosta looks like he's going to quickly wrestle top spot back from Jake Dixon, who've been certainly the 2 riders who've been the class of the field so far here on practice Friday. Tony Arbolino hot on Acosta's heels. Looks like he's also going to join him well into the low 142s. Acosta cuts the beam and does a 42.391 to move a tenth of a second ahead now of Jake Dixon. Arbolino slots into 3rd, so it's 3 and 4 now for the Elf Mark VDS Racing team, from Gonzalez and Salach. Lopez, Canet, Vietti and Aldeguer is your top 10. Ben Schneider 11th, as Joe Roberts now moves up to 12th. Last year's winner, of course. Barry Baltus is in 13th. And Songkyak Chantra, watching from the sidelines, is about to see himself dumped out of the top 14.
Yeah, 1 crumb of comfort is that tomorrow's forecast does look pretty good, especially in the morning, so Chantry will get another chance to improve on his lap time if he doesn't, if he does get pushed out of the top 14 here in the closing minutes. But Acosta just looking so strong here as he chases Vietti down. I was going to say, we haven't really spoken so much about Joe Roberts. He had a decent test overall, although he was feeling really under the weather. He felt he might have had some kind of flu or virus here a week ago. There were some sessions he had to sit out altogether. Such were his levels, diminished levels of strength. Just not really feeling at the races was the American. But now in his third season for the Italtrans racing team, Roberts knows that he needs to make some improvements. Definitely a lot of positives to take from the first half of last year, I think, and then they lost their way ever so slightly in the second. But this has always been one of his better circuits. Obviously picked up his sole Grand Prix victory here 1 year ago in strange circumstances, but then back in 2021 he also missed out on a podium on the last lap and had a good race here. I think he was inside the top 7 or top 8 back in 2020 as well. So this is a track that sort of lends itself to Joe's riding style. Obviously a pretty fast and flowing rider, has a languid riding style which works well here. So keep your eye on the number 16 as well as the weekend progresses.
What certainly will have hurt Joe Roberts through last season was, of course, that costly crash from a 2-second lead in the Catalan Grand Prix when he looked as if he was running away at the front of that race. Hasn't been in the top 6 of a race since that crash at the Catalan Grand Prix. Those two facts aren't necessarily related, but perhaps he was struggling to get that particular disappointment out of his system. He's shown plenty in his Moto2 career. He'll move past the century mark. This is his 93rd Moto2 start here this weekend. But of course, hasn't been on the podium since he was second to Pedro Acosta at Mugello last season. So that'll be a statistic that Roberts will be keen to bring a halt to. Pretty sharpish.
Yeah, he has new crew chief as well for this year. Previously, he was working with Giovanni Sandi, whose English, you would have to say, is fairly limited. I don't think Joe speaks a great deal of Italian. So communication was maybe something of an issue between the pair of them. But this year, he's working with Mario Martini, who was with Albert Arenas last year, and Martini speaks really good English, is able to communicate in Italian with the rest of the box, so I think that's one issue that may have been resolved down in Joe Roberts' side of the garage.
He's currently in 12th at the moment. His teammate, of course, this season, brand new to the Moto2 World Championship, a rookie, Dennis Foggia. The Rocket is currently in 20th place. Our leading rookie at the moment, as I scan down the timing screens, is Darren Binder, who's currently in 16th position. Borja Gomez currently in 19th, Foggia in 20th, Sergio Garcia still the sole rider now to improve on what he did earlier on today, slipped down to 22nd, but he's impressed throughout his fledgling Moto2 career. As Salach improves again, up into third position on a 1:42.730. The Gresini Moto2 squad looking to banish a few demons here at Portimao this weekend, because they produced one of the most quizzical decisions strategically of any Moto2 team at all last season when they sent their 2 bikes out for the restart last year on slicks, as Alonso Lopez goes down at turn 5, and he's livid as Aaron Canet and Somkhiat Chantra were into turn 5, which has proved problematic for many so far today. And he looks like he's got a little bit of pain in his leg as well, as Alonso Lopez hops back onto his Boscoscuro chassis, but with a minute to go, that brings his session to an end.
Yeah, did he tweak his left knee there when he was...
So it looks to be hopping on it, didn't he?
Yeah, either sliding or trying to get up again. Did look like he was in some discomfort, and certainly a lot of frustration here for the number 21 as he pitched into turn 5. You could see he was just a little bit offline. I don't know the way he kind of twisted around there, whether he's done something to his knee. But Alonso, not an ideal end to this session. He is sitting in 7th, so it's been a decent day at the office so far for him.
Yeah, he had just set the fastest first sector of the session as well, so perhaps there was a little bit of anger because he knew he was on a very, very good lap. So Alonso Lopez will finish the afternoon 7th at best at the end of practice 2. But it's certainly looking as if Pedro Acosta is going to underline his status as the rider to beat in 2023. He goes across the line on a 1:42.6 that last lap around. That's not troubling the lap he's done earlier on today, but once again the ease with which Pedro Acosta is able to reel off these laps either in the low 1:43s or in the mid to high 1:42s is just ominous for the competition. But it is optimistic for us for the weekend as a whole that in both sessions today, Jake Dixon has kept him more than in sight.
Yep, absolutely. You would have to say both of the Mark VDS runners are within reach as well. Tony Arbolino and Sam Lowe showing well in the 2 sessions we've had so far. I'm not sure if Sam is going to improve in this session. No, he's probably not half a second off through sector number 3, but it's been a good afternoon's work for Sam, keeping it consistent as he showed through pre-season. And Dixon, now he's not going to improve either on his final lap, but you can look back on a positive day overall in which he's finished first and more than likely second.
Yeah, good day in all for the Brits as Sam Lowe's comes across the line. A 43.1 for him on his final lap, which is unable to match what he did earlier on. But 4th and 5th for Elf Mark VDS, 5th for Sam Lowe's, 1 place behind his teammate Tony Arbolino. Completing the British trio is Rory Skinner. He's just under 2 seconds off the pace in 25th as we ride on board with the pre-season title favourite. These two have been on track together for quite a long time, and look at the distance that Pedro Acosta has put into Celestino Vietti. He was behind him a few laps ago. He's now a good few bike lengths up the road from the rider who started last season in such phenomenal fashion. Acosta then takes the checkered flag. His last lap of the session is another mid to high 142, a 142.705. Vietti sets a personal best to end the session in 6th on a 142.8, but Pedro Acosta has done at least 3 or 4 laps that are all quicker than that.
Yeah, absolutely ominous stuff from the number 37, Pedro Acosta, the pre-season favourite, of course. And I would say that was actually quite a decent end to session there for Vietti, because although Acosta managed to pass him, he did stick with him at the end, managed to get himself up inside the top 6. Vietti, I think, was pretty lost at the Jerez test just over a week ago, but then came here, managed to find a little bit of feeling, and is looking a bit more like the figure that started last year's season like a house on fire. I think Vietti can take some comfort from the fact that Acosta wasn't exactly leaving him for dead there towards the end of the session. But the Spaniard, well, it's been a really, really strong start. We do know that he likes this track. Of course, he has great memories of this venue from 2 years ago where he clinched the Moto3 Championship outright. It just seems to lend itself to Pedro's kind of aggressive riding style. He does look fantastic on the bike. If you do get to see him obviously on screen, but out on track as well, he's just so confident.
Philipp Salač will be delighted with his day's work. Ended this morning inside the top 10. He's got even better this afternoon to secure 3rd place on a 142.730. Getting some airtime there over the crest as they plummet down from turn 8 into turn 9. I think that tells you everything you need to know about how the Czech rider feels about his practice Friday in Portimao. Salač in 3rd place. His teammate, new teammate for this season, Jeremy Alcover for the QJ Moto Gresini squad, was 15th. Here is your full rundown then from practice 2 in Moto 2. And his status as championship favourite for this season is underlined. Pedro Acosta, P1 on a 142.391. Jake Dixon, fastest this morning, 2nd this afternoon. He certainly looks as if he's the leading challenger to Acosta. Salač, Arbolino, Lowe's and Vietti complete your top 6. Manuel Gonzalez, solid day for him in 7th. Alonso Lopez, following that crash at turn 5, drops to 8th, 1 place ahead of Aaron Canet, who also went down midway through that session. Fermin Aldeguer completes your top 10. Benchnader, Roberts, Baltus and Chantra complete your provisional Q2 places. Chantra also crashing at turn 14. Alcover, Darren Binder and Alvaro Arenas were just outside the cut-off point. Sean Dillon Kelly, a strong P18 for him ahead of Borja Gomez and Dennis Foggia. Marcos Ramirez for forward, 21st. Sergio Garcia, the sole rider this afternoon, not to improve. Zonta van den Goldberg, Lorenzo Della Porta and Rory Skinner were next up. Lukas Tulovic riding through the pain barrier this afternoon. He was 26th ahead of Kota Nazane. Jordi Torres making good progress, a couple of seconds quicker than he went earlier on today in 28th. And David Sanchez in for the Inchelixis Reach was 29th. Up next, practice 2, a crucial session coming up. 1 hour's running for the MotoGP class where the top 10 spots for Q2 will be decided. But in Moto 2, it went to the form book. Pedro Acosta fastest on Friday afternoon.
First day of testing here in Portimao. He was concussed and missed the last day of testing. I know that Brad Binder only hangs out in your neck of the woods up in the beautiful mountains in Andorra. I do believe you've had a chance to catch up with him after that Portimao test to sort of see how he's feeling. It sounds like an injury wasn't expected to linger around for this long.
No, it was right at the end of the test when everyone was throwing in soft tyres and having a time attack, and he'd already done something very impressive. Put another tyre in and it caught him out on the outlap, and it turned 7, like you said, very fast corner, really knocks riders around that one. And he came cycling past my house, I think it was last Sunday, and I happened to be outside, caught him, and he said that he felt terrible. He said he's very lucky that there was a week between, and that he'd been going to the physio, which actually works for the Honda guys. We were on board there the moment, Sebastian, and he said Sebastian had helped a lot. They'd had scans and that to make sure bones are all good, but basically like a bad whiplash. And he says, I think I'm all right now with the week off. But coming here, I haven't spoken to Brad, but I spoke to the team, and coming here, it's really surprised him not being able to hang off the bike and turn his head, not being able to pop up out of the bubble. And just for the listeners, like, if you can imagine, what speed are they doing down this front straight? 340 or something like that?
Yeah, 340. I think Anea Bastianini did 351 last year in the slipstream, but average 340.
Yeah, and you pop up out of the bubble, you've got no protection there. It literally, Matt, is like somebody pushing you as hard as they can in your face, and you're fighting against it with your helmet. And if you've got like some sort of whiplash, soft tissue damage, it's not going to feel good.
So you've done gazillions of laps around Portimao from your track day experience. It's a track that you love. The riders absolutely adore it. It's the ultimate white knuckle ride. They call it the roller coaster, don't they? But there's not really any respite, is there? It's fast, it's flowing, there's hard braking, fast corners, and if you're carrying any kind of little niggle, it's going to be hard to ignore it, isn't it, around this layout?
That's a good way to put it. There isn't a rest here. Even though we're really long straight, the straight's got a kind of a ramp leading onto it, and you're fighting the wheelie, swerving, keeping your weight on the front, and then you're braking, and the braking is crazy downhill, trying to keep the back on the ground, which is difficult, and trying to get it stopped in time. The rest of the lap, you said, it's like a roller coaster there. It is literally white knuckle. It is quite scary, and I can imagine on these things with knocking on 300 horsepower, it's going to be a battle.
Yeah, if you've ever fancied coming to a MotoGP race, and I'm sure you have, if you've got a MotoGP bucket list, well, make sure you've got Portimao on it, because if you want to see what it's like to witness up close the fastest riders in the world, the fastest bikes, there's no better place than Portimao. That jaw drop down into the turn 1, turn 9, turn 12, something on the straights where you can really see a MotoGP bike unleash its full potential around 350 Ks. It's got a little bit of everything to keep you on the edge of the seats.
Well, Matt, you put that really well, because I forgot how amazing it is, after being not here for quite a while, and I went out during the test and watched around the track, and every position you watch from, they're doing something astounding, and you go, whoa, that's scary. So it is a really good place to watch.
Well, if it's taking your breath away as an ex-rider, imagine what it would do to just mere mortals like myself, who can only just marvel at what these guys are capable of doing around this Portimao circuit. We're on board then with the home crowd favourite. Good to see a decent Friday crowd here. Of course, the new formats hopefully will encourage more fans to come. There's so much importance now on these Friday sessions, with places in Q1 and Q2 up for grabs. No surprise to see huge support in the grandstands end for Miguel Oliveira. He's a sporting superstar in this part of the world, trying to get himself acquainted to a completely different motorcycle, a new team, a new concept with the sort of conventional aluminium twin spar frame, the Olin suspension. It's a big change, Simon. It sounds easy. Jack Miller's kind of gone the other way from Ducati to KTM onto the WP suspension and the steel trellis frame. When you say it, it sounds really easy. How can that be a problem for the best riders in the world? But that's not an easy transition when you've only had 6 days as well on that motorcycle.
Well, we just sort of witnessed the front coming off the ground as you go off. I think they call it the waterfall. basically heading down the hill here. The front gets light, and he's turned the bars, and when it made contact again, there's so much grip, it just ripped the bike, sideways at the front. It's damn scary, that, Matt. Like, it's enough to, if it's big enough, it's enough to literally throw you off the bike. Yeah, it is a big adaptation to change manufacture, because they're not simple bikes anymore. There's so many areas that you have to work on to make friends with the bike. I mean, it used to be, just chassis geometry, and I say just that in itself. There's a lot involved. You can move wheels back and forward, and steering geometry, and the top triple clamp, to change the trail, and obviously height of the bike. There's all sorts. Swing arm pivot. Then now they've got wings. There's electronics which take days of work to get them how you like them, and so it's not easy to jump brands.
We've got yellow flags out in Sector 4. We'll keep a close eye on what's happened in that final sector. Yeah, Miguel Oliveira, no surprise, has been bombarded with people asking him in Portugal if he can repeat 2020, of course, when he won our first visit here on the Tech 3 KTM. He's been downplaying his chances quite a lot, saying he feels like that's a bit too optimistic at this stage, this early juncture in the season, where he's trying to shorten that big learning curve. A bit too far away to think he's a genuine chance of fighting for the podium. It doesn't feel like he's got outright podium pace here this weekend, but one of a big gaggle of riders who you feel is going to be in that mix for the top 5. No question about that. As Aleix Espargaro then slots himself up into P3. What do we make of Aleix this morning, Simon? I guess he wasn't too worried about a few rain spots with that recovering right arm. It looks like there's been a problem here for his younger sibling, Pol Espargaro. Has the gas machine expired? No, Pol's gone down the road then in the 4th sector. No sign of the Spanish rider. Let's hope he's okay. Trying to rebound from what can only be at best described as a nightmare. 2 years at Repsol Honda. It was a fairy tale, it was a dream that just turned into a horror show, didn't it? Still no sign then of the number 44. There's his motorcycle parked on the Armco. Well, let's just hope that Pol's already disappeared. There he is, on the back of a scooter. That's what I was hoping for. He was already seconded as a scooter and working his way back to the paddock. So Pol Espargaro, one of the early fallers in this P2 session.
What did you make this morning of the Repsol Honda riders? One of them we've got on screen now, but also Joan Mir, their little run together.
Yeah, I thought Joan, when he went onto that soft tyre at the end of the session, was just, well, he just showed his class. You have to remember as well that all these guys that have switched teams, they've only had 6 days of winter testing. The first day was way back in November in Valencia. You kind of have to come back and reset, don't you, then after 3 months off in Sepang. I think they lost 1 day to rain in Malaysia, so effectively it was 5 full days. This is a completely different motorcycle to what Mir was riding on Matt Suzuki, which was a very sweet handling, compliant bike. The Honda is certainly not that, at the moment anyway, but it just shows that he can at least, Simon, get the speed out of a new soft rear tyre like he did this morning.
Yeah, and like you said, he just went out there this morning and showed his class, like very little time on the new bike, and it's like you said, it's not an easy bike to ride. Most people have given up, and he went out there and, as you see on the screen now, 2nd fastest. So yeah, and Mark was in the slipstream behind him, wasn't he, and got dropped. But to be fair to Mark, I don't think he had a new tyre on the back.
It was a tough one really in testing to really read where Marc Marquez was at, because neither in Sepang or in Portimao here a couple of weeks ago did he run as many soft tyres, brand new soft tyres in time attack mode as some of the other riders were doing. One, it gave you an indication of just how busy and intense Marquez was testing new parts, or old parts even, for HRC, but it was clearly as well, he just felt like it wasn't worth throwing in or taking the risk for hot laps when he had other priorities. But I do just wonder whether Marquez has just got something up his sleeve that perhaps we didn't see from him in winter testing. Talking about Joan Mir, I believe that Jack down in pit lane has got a little bit of an observation for us. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, just a quick one, guys. I was looking through the time sheets at the conclusion of practice 1 as Pol Espargaro makes his way back to the Gas Factory Racing box. He was, of course, fastest in sectors 2 and 3. He was able to piece together his ideal lap time, so the 4 fastest sectors he was able to do throughout the entirety of the session. It would have put him a 10th and a half clear at the top of the standings, so he does have some real form around this race, and he's able to piece everything together. So a really impressive start to life for Joan Mir in 2020.
I think Jack's just won the race for the first commentator's curse of 2023, because just as he was waxing lyrical and giving, quite rightly, Joan Mir the massive big up, unfortunately, Jack, Joan Mir took a tumble. Thankfully for him, he's okay, jogging through the gravel traps here. So you can already see, can't you, Simon, these guys pushing, building up towards what's going to be effectively a qualifying session scenario at the end of this session. Pol Espargaro and Joan Mir already down in quick succession at the start of P2.
Yeah, I felt a bit responsible for that commentator's curse for Joan Mir as well. Yeah, but just to get you a little bit of info on the Hondas, what I've seen is tech-wise, the Honda teammates at Repsol, so Marc Marquez, Joan Mir, have both chosen chassis, you know, one of those 3 or 4 that we saw through winter testing, but interestingly, they've chosen different ones. So Marc has 2 of one type, Joan Mir has 2 of another type, and then the LCR riders have a different one again, which it looks to me, it could be an update, but it looks to me like what they ran last year, like I said, could be updated. But interesting, basically they're gathering info on 3 different chassis at the moment. Everything else looks the same, swing arms, aero, fairings, all that.
So we've talked a lot over the last couple of years about the hole that Honda have found themselves in. Last year they were the only factory that didn't win a Grand Prix, which is astonishing when you think of the proud history of HRC. We know that they took the rather radical and unusual step last year of outsourcing material to try and close the gap with the Kalex swing arm, and there's been a lot of talk now about the fact that they're taking even further steps, approaching Kalex or working with Kalex on a complete chassis project. I just wondered, mate, before the session really gets into the business, what you thought about that. You know, a company with the experience and knowledge of HRC having to outsource and look at new bits.
We just saw, as you are looking over at me there, Matt, the tail end of a crash from Pol Espargaro that looked to me that like he's got, it wasn't a low side, maybe got flicked over the top.
He had one of those there on the Honda, didn't he? A couple of years ago, I remember Pol Espargaro down through turn 14 as well. It's a bit of a bone rattler through there.
Yeah, it's fast. Lucky he could get up and back. I just watched this man like we are now, Marc Marquez. Sorry, I'll get back to what you were saying. This morning, and Marc didn't look that happy. You know, I was... where was that?
Yeah, that's just at the long lap penalty, so that's into turn 14, isn't it, I think?
Gotcha. I looked in the garage, saw Marc motioning to his crew chief Santi about the front, you know, being unstable, and obviously I didn't know because I couldn't hear whether he was talking about on the brakes, like on the entry, or on the throttle, because here, because of all the hills that you see them going down like now, the front can get unstable on the throttle in those sections. So then I saw what they adjusted on the bike. They raised the front, so they loosened the triple clamps that hold the forks, got a ruler out, and they tapped the forks down so the front of the bike raises up, and he went back out and tried it. So it looks like Marc's having trouble on entry, like front stability, which yeah, it basically didn't look that happy in his face when I was looking at him. So they've got some work to do to get him comfy.
And just quickly back on this Kalex story, which won't go away, and it does look like HRC are pursuing this particular avenue. I suppose from a rider's point of view, Sam, you've been in that situation perhaps where you're trying lots of parts, things don't seem to be making big progress. Marc is not going to care one jot who makes the parts as long as it makes them fast.
Well, and to be fair, these machines have outsourced parts all over them. All over them, like wheels, brakes, suspension, electronics.
Oh, we've got a red flag here, Sam. I'm sorry just to cut in there.
That must be a big crash, or red flag or something.
A red flag then has been waved. The clock's going to stop at 46 minutes and 38 seconds remaining.
You know what I saw at the test is a few of the spoons, because of these big undulations, had hit the ground, got ripped off, and they were lying on the track, and it caused a couple of red flags. And I'm not sure if they were the earlier spec ones that are lower and they were allowed to use at a test, or the higher ones, and something... Anyway, we're bound to find out.
Yeah, I do wonder, actually, Jack Appleyard just pointing out from pit lane, it's a potential power outage, which does ring too, Jack, because for the last couple of minutes in our commentary box, we haven't actually had timing screens. So I wonder whether there is just perhaps some technical issue that's forced the interruption of this P2 session then. So the red flag is out. We didn't see any indication of a yellow flag to signal a crash. So it does suggest that there's something other gone on toward here in Portimao that's just going to bring a slight, well, we hope a small and slight disruption to this P2 session.
And back to the Kalex chassis, like I said, there is outsourced parts all over the bike, and like you said, the rider doesn't care, and you know who makes what. Yeah, there's a bit of a pride pill to swallow, you know, to basically for a manufacturer to use someone else's chassis, but it's been done before as well, you know, outsourced. I remember back even in rainy days, they used a rock chassis once to give it a try to compare on the 500 Yamaha. All I'm saying is, I don't think there's anything wrong with it if it works and helps Honda find a direction. And they're so big and so powerful. I'm sure if Kalex do help them find a direction, they'll be off and end up running with that direction and make something better themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's a constant development.
So as you can see on your screens there, then confirmation just filtering through from Race Direction. That P2 session has been red flagged due to some technical issues. We've lost live timing in our commentary box now for the last 3 or 4 minutes or so. So we do believe it's a problem that is connected and related to the timing. So we know that behind the scenes there's going to be people frantically working to get this session back underway just as quickly as is feasibly possible. VR46 Academy buddies, Marco Bezzecchi on the right on the number 72 bike with the world champion Pecco Bagnaia. Those two had a real good battle, didn't they, at the Dutch TT in Assen last year. It was a historic day for Valentino Rossi's brand new MotoGP project. The first ever podium, that distinction went to the man on the right-hand side, Bezzecchi. Well, we know what the boss wants this year, because at the team launch, Valentino Rossi said it was a great first year for the team with Bezzecchi's podium in Assen and the pole position in Buriram. But now he said clearly the next step for both Luca Marini and Bezzecchi this year, being on such a proven package like the GP22, is to taste some race winning Prosecco this season. And you've got to say, based on winter testing and just the vibe from that team, Simon, the way that Marco and Luca look, very self-assured, very confident, the team's got 1 year more experience, I would not be surprised at all if Bez or Luca win a Grand Prix this year.
Yeah, and I would say they'll definitely be on the podium. It's just a matter of time. When I saw Marco Bezzecchi's simulation of the sprint, so basically went out and did 10-11 laps, you know, going for it, it was very impressive. The whole thing was around 39.1, you know, just bang, 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 bang. Very impressive. I would say he's going to be competitive.
Yeah, this morning it was kind of it shows the experience that Ducati had in many respects with last year's dominant GP22, because 3 of the top 4 bikes, they all did go on to the soft rear tyre, which would have, of course, given that jump in performance. But Alex Marquez was quickest, Luca Marini and Marco Bezzecchi. We remind you, they are, of course, all on last year's title-winning Ducati. This is the circuit's heaviest braking point then. Fabio Quartararo at this point around 340 k's in that factory Yamaha, then back 3 gears, scrubbing off, well, almost 250 kilometres an hour then into this braking zone. It's a proper stomach churner, this. If you've ever been to Alton Towers or the Disneyland, this might give you some indication of what it's like to be stopping those bikes down there. Some French fans in the crowd as well. Let's just quickly pop back down to Jack in pit lane, because I think he's been right on the spot, as he always is. Nico Goyon, Gas Tech 3 manager, has been giving some information about Pol Espargaro and his early tumble. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, he's just with me now. Is Nicholas giving an update on Pol? We can see him back in the box speaking with crew chief Paul Travatan. Can you just explain what happened exactly?
Yeah, well, he had a problem with the rear side of the bike. In the corner, the rear stayed on, and then he crashed because of this. But obviously, there's no real damage on the bike, and Paul is okay, so he's going to keep going for this end of the season.
It was a ride height device failure.
We don't know at the moment. We haven't seen the pictures, and we don't have the data. It's a rear. He said he had an issue with the rear of the bike, so we have to check now.
We can see the guys working extremely hard on the second bike here, swapping fuel tanks across, I imagine, to the sprint fuel tank for a simulation. Just how important is it, and how actually in the end is it a bit of a blessing to have this red flag to make sure you don't lose any crucial track time?
Well, this red flag helped a little bit the situation, but still this situation didn't help the plan, so we cannot follow the plan. So obviously we planned to raid the sprint fuel tank, now it's not possible anymore, and we also lost the 2 tires. So now it's a little bit tricky. We'll have to keep going with some old tires.
I can see how busy it is, so I'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Nicolo Goyon then. So the inquest begins into the cause of Pol Espargaro's high-speed crash going down the hill out of 14 through turn 15. At the fastest part of that corner, you're at 225 k's. You're shifting there, Simon.
Yes, and you don't want a technical issue, which it sounds like that's what's happened, that's caused Pol to crash. I mean, it could be anything. We'll find out probably from his debrief tonight, but it could be anything, you know, anything from rear brake to rear tyre to, you know, the ride height device to something has let him down.
So while we've got this little bit of a lull in proceedings, of course, as soon as we know any information about when this P2 session will resume, we'll let you know immediately as quickly as we possibly can. But I want to get your take on KTM and GasGas right now, Simon, because 7th year in the championship, and as we mentioned earlier on, that they still haven't really established themselves as regular week in week out contenders for the race wins, and there's been some noises in the winter from Brad Binder that he's not been really happy that they made the progress that he wanted, still lacking that rear grip coming out the slower corners. What do we make of KTM's winter and where they're at coming into this season? Because I think all of us kind of expected a little bit more.
We did. I think everyone did. I just got a comment on that beautiful shot of Miguel Oliveira over the hill there. Fantastic. And just to throw in as well, I think the wind is not high, but you don't need much wind here because of those hills, and the front gets light to cause you some instability. And I think, you know, watching Fabio's reaction, he was talking about the front being unstable. I think they're feeling the wind already. Just to get back to KTM, like you said, you pretty much said it. I think it's been disappointing so far, but my take on it, watching closely, is I don't think anyone brought as much, maybe Aprilia, but how much effort they made over the winter and the new stuff they brought, chassis, I would say a good 3 or 4, swing arm, electronic stuff they've been working on with Jack's help, aero that has worked, and the engine sounds different. So that engine, the riders obviously liked it because everyone's got it now, and to do that from Malaysia to here is amazing. And to me, like I was saying to Hervé yesterday in that interview, that it feels like KTM have put so much effort and they've brought so many things that the riders have gone, yep, that's better, yep, that's better. They've got them all on the bike, but it's still not showing the step forward that should. And I think it feels like, to me, my guess is it's only a matter of time before they figure out how to get the most out of all those bits and show the result, because at the moment they haven't. Yeah, so Matt, I know you're trying to figure out that technical problem.
Yeah,
at the moment.
apparently, yeah, we're just being told that all being well, maybe in around 15 minutes time, that's the diagnostics that are going on frantically behind the scenes. 15 minutes possibly before we get a resumption in track action. So I know that Jack's going to be very, very busy now down in pit lane, trying to grab a couple of interviews for us as we look at Aleix Espargaro, trying to get back up to speed after that unwanted surgery in Barcelona, straight after the test here in Portimao. Basically, he said on the bike, his arm was just falling asleep almost, like there was a compression of the muscle in the right arm. He went to Barcelona straight after and had the surgery. There's still quite a nasty scar on that right arm. Do you think that's going to be... Actually, while we're talking about Aprilia and Aleix Espargaro, right on cue, Jack's managed to grab a word with their team manager, Paulo Benoit. So let's get it straight from the horse's mouth. How was Aleix, guys?
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to go and grab Paulo Benoit as well, because he's one of the nicest blokes in the paddock after the opening session of the season. Paulo, how's Aleix? You mentioned yesterday the only issue he felt maybe with the stitches. Was everything okay in practice one?
No, since now seems everything okay. He feels very good. Despite of this red flag that he was pushing very high, so he feel very good. So was not so good to see this red flag. By the way, we have all the session to try. During this morning, he he tried to go step by step on the lap time because he wanted to know about his arm. But at the moment, he's feel good.
And in terms of his physical capabilities for the sprint and then the main race, do you feel that he may well have to ride in reserve a little bit to make sure that he is as fit as possible come the end?
Yes, you are right. But in MotoGP, you know, it's necessary to push in all the session. For sure, he keep a reserve for the sprint race and for the race. But by the way, for sure, when he put the new tire, it is necessary to push 100% because the level this year is so high. So he has to be in the first 10 position today.
Whilst we have you, Paolo, I'd love to ask you about Aprilia's 2023 engine. We spoke to Aleix in Malaysia, and he said he was hoping to have the improved 2023 engine for the Portimao test, but it never arrived there. So what was the reason for the delay?
No, we thought about an improvement on the engine, and we have it. It is not a new engine. It is a few details that give us an improvement in horsepower. So it is not a fully new spec, but there is some advantages compared the test.
But if I'm right in what Aleix said, neither Aleix or Maverick had the chance to try that at Malaysia or the Portimao test. Is that correct? It's the first time they've had the chance to try that slight improvement here this weekend?
At the moment, we keep the power under control to understand the reliability of the engine, and we look forward for the next races probably to make the second step. If we look that it is everything okay, probably for the next races you will see the full potential of the engines.
I was going to say, is there not a risk involved in homologating an engine that neither of your factory riders have had the chance to try yet?
This is the reason. So, since last year, we lose the concession. So, at the moment, it is something new also for us. And we take care about the reliability of the engine since the first race. So, it's necessary for us to understand our engine, to be sure that we are able to reach the mileage that we have in mind for the next races.
With that in mind, just finally, and all the small improvements you've made, whether it be aerodynamics on the chassis or elsewhere, have Aprilia closed the gap to Ducati this year?
we hope. We hope for sure. Ducati show a big and high performance during the last test, but we are now trying to understand which are our disadvantages, and we try to fix them.
Paolo, thank you very much indeed. Good luck once this session gets back underway.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jack, and thanks to Paolo Bonora from the factory Aprilia Racing team. They were one of the feel-good stories, weren't they, of last season? Surprise title contenders all the way up to the second-to-last race in Malaysia when it all went sort of awry, didn't it, on those flyaway sequence races for both Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Viñales. And I'm so happy that Aprilia did find some success last year because it meant we got to talk a lot to Paolo Bonora, who is one of the paddock's and life's most likeable characters I think you'll ever wish to meet someone. I know you have a great relationship and you're always in contact with Paolo, so what have you been digging around there, mate, to find out where the Nawale boys and girls have found some speed this year?
Yeah, you know what I've noticed, Matt, since I first noticed when I was mid-20s, the most interesting, clever, experienced guys are usually the most passionate guys in the paddock. I say guys because they're the ones I've been working with so far, because there is ladies coming into the paddock. But the thing is, they are always happy to share their knowledge, you know, unless they're not allowed, you know, certain things, but because they're not scared of protecting what little they know. They're just excited about discovering the new things, and they're the most interesting people to talk to, and Paolo's one of them. And he's the one that usually helps me with the tech talks, and well, I usually try to get some info on the different subjects from him. And yes, just to go back to the engine that they've turned up, that was one of the subjects there. I found out, not from Paolo, but from the team, that they said that it has more power, not a lot, a step more power. This is a machine on screen now, over the whole rev range, and they have a higher RPM. And from what Paolo said there, they've turned up with it, and they're not giving the guys the RPM yet, you know. They're making sure everything's fine, and then they'll move the RPM limit up a little bit, which doesn't just help, you know, normally it produces a bit more power up there, but it makes gearbox selection easier. And, you know, if you're bumping into the limiter for too long before a corner, as soon as you move the RPM up, you don't have to change gear and back again anymore, you know, quickly. So it makes gearbox, you know, the selection of all the speeds easier.
This is a wonderful new feature. We love seeing the drone action and the traditional start of the season official photos yesterday. I'm delighted to say it's back here on Practice Friday in Portimao. I believe it's going to be a feature bringing you these superb shots, stunning images throughout the weekend here at the Portiso Grand Prix of Portugal.
So I should just run through while we've got time. When we're on Aprilia, the things that they've brought this year compared to last year, I couldn't believe that they'd touched everything on the bike. You know, it looks very similar, but everything has been adjusted, like a slight update, meaning they made it more narrow again, because they'd done that 12 months before. The riders loved it, said it was more easy, more agile to go from one side to the other with a more narrow bike. And to do that, you imagine that frame is bolted to so many things. You have to just adjust everything, all the body work and everything it bolts to, including exhausts and engine, and so huge job. Then the fairing's different shape, slightly narrower as well. The wing on the front slightly smaller. They'd adjusted everything. Yeah, different swing arm. Unbelievable, you know, the amount of work over winter to do that slight update on everything. And more unbelievable, the riders said it was better straight away, which is not easy to do.
Yeah, one of the big goals for Aleix Espargaro Grand Aprilia is to prove that 2022 was not a one-off. It wasn't a fluke or a flash in the pan. It looks like they've turned up with another weapon, don't they, in 2023, as we get this super slow-motion replay of 6 times MotoGP World Champion Marc Marquez hard on the brakes on that Honda into the first corner.
Just to get back to what you said about Honda earlier, about asking whether I thought about the chassis, you know, using a Kalex on a Honda, Kalex chassis. I have to say that I like that Honda, if it is going to happen, and they have done it with the swing arm, Honda are humble enough to give that a go, you know. I think that's the way to go forward if you're stuck, is pull information from a lot of different companies, especially companies that are specialists in one area, you know. And I don't think Honda, my guess would do that unless they were in this situation where they're quite desperate to make a step forward. And their rider lineup is awesome, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, well, the chief benefactors of Suzuki's sad demise with the Hamamatsu factory withdrawing from the championship this year was Honda pounced and signed Alex Rins and Joan Mir, 2 absolute top-notch, top-dog riders. But they also, knowing that he was available, signed up Ken Kawauchi, who was the man who did so much to make that GSX-RR one of the most competitive motorcycles in MotoGP. So he comes in with a fresh approach. He's not going to try and turn that Honda into a Suzuki, but at least he comes in with a bit of fresh impetus, fresh ideas. Takeo Yokoyama, the former HRC tech director, he's still with HRC, training up young engineers back in Japan, we believe. But you know how serious Honda are about return to winning ways. They're not taking this line down by any stretch of the imagination. We saw that a few months ago in the HRC garage with Marc Marquez. Shinichi Kikubu, who was a former project lead to big tech bigwig over in Japan. He doesn't come to races very often, and when you see him, you know Honda need to perform, and he's going to be banging heads together and sort of, you know, going, guys, this is not good enough. When Kikubu-san is around, you just know that Honda better find something pretty quickly, because he carries a lot of influence, a lot of knowledge, a lot of expertise, and he's obviously feels like he needs to be on the ground as well, eyes and ears on the ground, just to see what's going on. And then hopefully he'll be feeding that back to his team of engineers in Japan. But as we saw last year, Honda need to take maybe not one, but possibly 2 steps to get Marc Marquez and co back at the front?
Let's face it, they're in big trouble at the moment, aren't they? You know, like, to compare their machines' competitiveness against, especially the Italian machines, they're not close.
Well,
sorry, Matt.
Well, we talked about this yesterday a little bit, didn't we, Simon, in the official photo shoot, where there's kind of a changing of the guard now, it feels like, in MotoGP. This was always a Japanese manufactured, dominated series. Marco Bezzecchi, can I have your gloves? I think one young fan who was at the test here already got a set of Marco's gloves. I know one fan also got a set of Taka Nakagami's gloves. I'm not sure how many pairs of gloves Marco Bezzecchi's got to be throwing into the crowd. But yeah, I mean, Ducati and Aprilia, it feels like there's a changing of the guard in MotoGP now. This is not just a Japanese-dominated sport at all.
Yeah, Matt, how I kind of came across this thought at the test in Malaysia. After being involved for a long time and watching what's going on closely, it feels to me like because of the wings and the devices, so the aero development and devices, it feels like it's a totally different way of working. The machines have to be built from ground up with those devices on the rear, which help the machines punch off the corners like never before. They lower the center of gravity and they accelerate. The riders tell me it's like feeling like without lowering the rear, and lowering the rear feels like the bike's got 30 more horsepower. It leaps forward because the electronics aren't cutting because it's not wheeling. And so then the wings, you know, the development there is so important because the wings work with everything on the bike, and it feels like the Italians are the only ones so far that have really worked that out. For some reason, to me, it feels like there's a wall that everyone gets to, and without figuring out that aero properly, you cannot pass a certain lap time unless you get Fabio doing something amazing, you know, or one, you know, Mark, Brad doing something incredible and forcing it, you know. But it's too much to expect them to do that every lap of every race. You know, the others need to make the step forward, and I hope they can.
I'm sure they can. I think there's been a sense as well that Fabio Quartararo and Marc Marquez have spoken about this over the last couple of years as well, that the Japanese manufacturers need to sort of drop this perhaps more conservative approach. The Italian factories, the European manufacturers are willing to take bigger risks, perhaps be a bit more experimental, and that's potentially a reason why HRC, as we mentioned, are sort of outsourcing major components like the swing arm, like the chassis with Kalex. Speaking of the kind of a current Italian domination in MotoGP, well, right at the forefront of that new era, last year in particular, was the new Gresini Ducati team, who started 2022 quite brilliantly with Enea Bastianini taking the first of 4 wins that carried him to 3rd overall in the championship. I'm delighted to say we can pop back down to Jack in pit lane because he's about to grab a word with the Gresini Ducati boss, Michele Massini.
I absolutely am, gents. You mentioned that 2022 started pretty well for Gresini Racing. Well, 2023 hasn't started too bad either, Michele. I can see Alex in the back of the box here, smiling away, laughing, joking. There's such a relaxed atmosphere here. It couldn't have started any better. Fastest in the opening practice. How happy were you?
Yeah, very happy because we love this ambient like last year, so we start from where we finished last year.
How easy has it been for Alex to gel with his new squad, with his new crew chief?
But they are both really quiet guys, Donatello Giovanotti and also Alex. So it's really nice and easy to work with because they are 2 very professional guys that they are mixed well since the beginning. So if we start well.
I'm sure that came as a big relief because Donatello and Fabio last year didn't seem to work together, and as a result, Fabio's now with Frankie Carcetti. So did you always expect them to gel, or was there some concern that maybe there could be similar differences?
Yeah, you know, I can explain that when you have the perfect technical package, all the rest are from the people. So isn't important for us not to change the people, is only to find the perfect mix with the people, with the rider. So the important is to mix the guys, to find the feeling, and we find in this way at the moment. So we are very happy to make this changing inside the garage, because they are working both very well.
I know Alex has spoken a lot throughout pre-season about managing expectations and managing what the media are saying. How much is that is your job as well? What have you set as expectations, and what kind of pressure do you put on him?
We put at the moment no pressure. I think that this is the key. Is like last year with Enea, we have the same, so the winning bike from the last World Championship. So we have everything for making a good job. So now the important is to start with no pressure. So because this is, I think, the very value in our garage.
Just finally as well, an update on Fabio to the right-hand side of the box. He obviously missed the final day of pre-season testing and then crashed this morning as well, losing some track time. How is he finding it? A big year for him. He said himself that this is the year he needs to prove that he's at the level of MotoGP.
Yes, I can say that Fabio make a really great step in this first test of the year. Unfortunately, the crash of this morning make a bit suffer our plan. That now the important is that he find step by step the flow, the pace to make some good result in this weekend. But as we know, step by step.
Thank you, Michele. Good luck once we get back underway.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to Michele Massini from Gresini Ducati. What a year they did have in their inaugural season last year. 4 victories for Enea Bastianini, and some classic last lap battles with his now current teammate in the factory Ducati squad, Pecco Bagnaia. On your screens then we have the new schedule. Thankfully, power back in Portimao. It's 15:43 local time that the pit lane will reopen, so everybody getting set for the remaining 46 minutes and 38 seconds of this vital P2 session, where, as we remind you, under the new format ahead of the new sprint tomorrow, there will be the top 10 places automatically decided for Q2 tomorrow morning. So in just under 2 minutes time, this P2 session will resume here in Portimao. That's given Joan Mir a chance to get himself suited and booted in some new kit after his early tip-off at turn 14. And who's the daddy? Well, in September, it will be this man, Jack Miller. Congratulations to him and his good lady, Ruby. Jack announcing just before this Portimao Grand Prix that she's expecting their first child. I think it's due in September.
That's not her. That wasn't Ruby. But yes, I gave Jack a big hug while he was out when team was warming up his bike right before the session, because I think it's the best news. You don't get, there's mum, you don't get better news than that, do you, really?
I love those banners. They've improvised there, because the baby news about the Millers only came out a couple of days ago. And it's going to be all about bottles and nappies in a few months' time for Ruby and Jack Miller. I said to Jack yesterday, mate, we're proud parents, aren't we? Just get some sleep, buddy, between now and September, because you ain't going to get a lot when the baby arrives.
Oh, Jack's lucky enough to be going off to races and get some sleep. But yeah, no, fantastic news. When you do want a child to arrive, there's not much better news than that.
Yeah, a new team, a new bike, new surroundings, and a new parent in the future then for Jack Miller. When the red flag came out, Jack was making a pretty decent fist of that P2 session. He got down to a 1:39.426, which was just about a tenth quicker than what he managed this morning. He was 13th place. So the pit lane, the bikes are firing back up. Let's hope we have sorted out our tech gremlins here then now on the Algarve International Circuit. And there'll be no further disruptions as we build up to what will be a thrilling climax in this P2 session, with so much on the line. So vital that you'd get a direct place in that second qualifying session tomorrow morning.
I would say this is the first time that we are going to see everyone's cards on the table properly in 2023, because testing, you can't tell. Not everyone's put new tyres on, gone for the time attack. Some people sandbagging, you'd call it, hiding how good they are, you know, using used tyres, not showing everything, and now they can't do that, and we'll get a proper look at everybody's level.
Yeah, as Simon said, there's going to be no hiding place towards the back end of this session. And so we're back underway then here in Portimao after what a delay of about 20-25 minutes. Alex Marquez it is that still leads the way with that 1:38.782. He set right at the end of this morning session.
And just one thing to point out, I spoke to Brad Binder's team right before this, as I was saying, and I said, is he going to ride, you know, with that neck problem? They said, I'm not sure. I went back a bit later and they said, yeah, he said that this session it's so important to get into Q2 because it's the whole weekend rests on it, that he's going to go out and give it a go. So, and right now you see him in what, 12th? That's a damn close effort considering his neck injury.
Yeah, he's made of tough stuff, isn't he? All these guys are in MotoGP, but Brad Binder with his back against the wall with that unwanted pain in the neck, a crash at turn 7 here in the test a couple of weeks ago. And if any manufacturer needs their talisman on song, it is KTM, because Brad Binder, he has carried the flag for them over these last 2 or 3 years. Their only race winner in dry conditions. Brad is a class act, and there's always been this feeling, Simon, hasn't there, certainly over the last 18 months or so after his rookie season, that if KTM could put a competitive motorcycle underneath him week in, week out, Brad Binder's a title contender, no question.
Well, I think most people in the paddock, as the riders get wound up onto the front straight for their first timed lap, I think in general the paddock feel that he's one of the riders that the manufacturer they want to make their machine look better, you know. So I think his contract's up at the end of this year, and I think he's going to get a few tasty offers because he's one of the guys, like you said, that is good enough to fight for the championship.
Yeah, and that puts extra pressure, of course, doesn't it, on those KTM engineers back in Mattinghofen in Austria to make sure that they build a competitive motorcycle that's going to entice Binder to remain next season with them.
And I so hope they can, and I believe Brad hopes they can as well, because he'd like to win on the orange bike.
This is a cool new graphic, a new innovation for you for 2023. You can see the speed and the gears on board right now with Pecco Bagnaia. You can see exactly where he is on the circuit as well now, just powering up the hill through turn number 8 now. And that's Marco Bezzecchi who's gone down. He had 3 crashes here in the Portuguese Grand Prix 1 year ago. So it's been a bit of a crash fest in MotoGP around this 4.6 kilometre circuit for Bez. He's going to try and now find a scooter to get himself back in the action. Well, that was through turn 9, wasn't it, Simon? Losing the front.
That, to me, is not enough temperature on the left side. You know, it's caught him out, which is a real shame. And it's very easy to do, you know. On the first couple of times you pitch the bike in on the left side, because most of the corners are right, to do it and the temperature isn't quite there, you ruin your session, and so easy to do.
A couple of guys have been caught out here on out. That's because Augusto Fernandez, the Moto2 world champion from last year and our sole rookie this season, he's also bitten the dust early on then after the resumption of this delayed session. Looking forward to Augusto Fernandez. This is up through turn 4, wasn't it? That was
left side as well.
Yeah,
same. I would guess same thing.
It just feels like there's been a little bit more cloud cover just circled over this Portimao circuit in the last 20 minutes or so, and that will have definitely taken some of the ambient temperature away. And these guys keen to just build up momentum and build speed back up after the delay. Some of them just being caught out. Bezzecchi in a real fast part of the circuit at full racing speed, which he wouldn't have been on the outlap through turn 9. You're shifting through there around, well, 4th gear, over 225 kilometres an hour, so not a fast place at Portimao to dump it for Bez.
This is interesting. A very competitive, new, young factory rider, Enea Bastianini, chasing the legend mark, you know, so many times world champion, and it's clear that Enea's on the better, more competitive machine, but it's going to be interesting to see the difference in speed.
Yeah, what's going to be very interesting in that factory Ducati garage this year is how the, I'm not going to say simmering rivalry between Bagnaia and Bastianini will come to the ball maybe towards the end of the season, but there is a sense, particularly from the fans watching at home, that this has all the ingredients, all the potential to be MotoGP's next big, fierce, intense rivalry. Bagnaia versus Bastianini. They locked horns in a couple of epic last lap battles last year. Cashing minds back to Le Mans, to Misano, to Aragon, to Sepang, when Pecco Bagnaia had his first match point to be the MotoGP world champion. Well, they're now enemies alongside each other in red, aren't they? At the moment, It seems all cordial, quite harmonious. I liked actually what Ducati sporting director Paolo Ciabatti said in the pre-season build-up. I don't know if he actually said this to you, Simon. They don't expect their teammates to be friends, but they have to respect each other, and that's the key word, isn't it? Respect.
That's very well put. I think, well, my opinion is that this is normal. A factory team normally has two very good riders with big egos. It's what very good riders have, you know, and you're going to have problems, and I think Paolo put that absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, as we said, it's going to be one of the fascinating subplots of this year's World Championship, how that battle unfolds between Bagnaia and Bastianini. Without any question, you only got to look at the bookies to see that those two are right in the thick of it in terms of favourites going into this season. A season which features perhaps the most radical change in the history of Grand Prix racing in terms of the weekend format, with tomorrow's sprint. What a mouth-watering prospect that is. Luca Marini is getting on the dashboard there, that he was being followed by this man, number 93, Marc Marquez, and I wonder whether that's why Luca just decided to run a little bit wide there. He was having none of that as Marquez drops through this fantastic last couple of corners here over the crest. We can see the beast pulling alongside the number 93 now. And there Bastianini sweep on through. He certainly does on that run down to the first corner. Maverick Viñales on a good run at the moment on the factory Aprilia. In fact, Viñales has just fired in a 1:38.866. That's rocketed him, the Top Gun, up into third place.
And if Marc Marquez has enough rear tyre left for another go at the lap, this is perfect for him to have someone lapping slightly faster ahead of him on the next lap in Matteo Bastianini.
So we know this guy on screens. He's got everything in his locker to fight for the World Championship, talent-wise, but he's a bit of an enigma, isn't he, Maverick Viñales, on occasion. So often he's been labelled the Winter World Champion, so strong in testing, but when push comes to shove and there's points and prize at stake, he can sometimes disappear and vanish without trace. But you get the feeling that this winter's been a little bit different. Maverick seems like he's confident in the team, confident in himself, and the bike that he's there to stay maybe in the contention all year.
I think you'll agree with me that Maverick's a lovely guy, isn't he? When you one-on-one talk to him, very, very nice fella. And the thing is, super talented. But right now, to me, I think the manufacturer he rides for, Aprilia, have been patient enough to get the reward, you know, the results from Maverick. And I'm only looking from my point of view, imagining if I was their team manager or the person that makes the decisions, I would want to see Maverick have the results this year. And if he doesn't, I would say, right, I've given you long enough, I'm going to move on. That's only my take on it. And that's why I think this is such an important year for Maverick. And he's good enough to do those results. I just hope he puts it together.
Yeah, let's not forget it was Aprilia effectively that saved Viñales' career after that acrimonious split with Yamaha in 2021. He joined Aprilia for the final 5 or 6 Grand Prix of that season. There were some eye-catching results, as there always are, from Viñales throughout 2022, but the key thing for Maverick Viñales this year is going to be, one, qualifying, because it's so imperative, particularly in the sprints, to be on those first 2 rows. But if there's been one humongous thorn in Viñales' side over the recent years, it's been his starts, which at times, Simon, have been downright abysmal. Maverick, I think in Sepang, you were there, did umpteen practice starts. He knows that's an area that he has to work on, because in a sprint format, where here in Portimao it's only over 12 laps, if you botch the start, it's game over.
Well, another reason you did right, Matt, exactly. But the other reason he needs to start is he doesn't, if you look at his career, he doesn't like a scrap. He wants to get out front and reel off awesome laps and stay there, you know. When it comes to a nasty elbows out fight, he normally gets beaten up and drops back, you know. So I think that's a double reason he needs the qualifying and he needs the start.
Yeah, he's no barroom brawler like Marc Marquez is, isn't he? You know,
exactly.
You're going to back Marc in any kind of fight, aren't you? Maverick Viñales, seems like a long time ago, doesn't it now, since he set MotoGP, the world on fire on the factory Yamaha back in 2017, the winner of the opening 2 Grand Prix. That was all a bit of a false dawn 6 years ago for Maverick Vinales, but he does seem like he's properly fired up for this season, no question.
Isn't he great to watch? He looks so nice on the bike. He's the right size, his style so nice, so smooth, and when he puts those laps together, it's wonderful to watch.
Yeah, and a bit like Aleix Espargaro, he said the first thing he noticed instantly about this new RSGP was how much the bike turns better. It's more agile, particularly in the high-speed corners like we're seeing him now. Power down through turn number 15. He said that Slim Fast plan, it's made the bike a lot more agile, and that's enabling Maverick to ride in a much more natural way. The bike feels like it's more tailored for him, so he will be dangerous if Aprilia have given him something that is competitive and to his liking. Well, we've seen in the past, on his day, Maverick Vinales can be unbeatable.
I haven't been watching too closely, but Bagnaia has been up quite a few times and hasn't managed to make it work. Like last sector seems difficult. I don't know for why the reason is. Now Jorge's having a go at it, but hopefully he can put the last sector together, Bagnaia, and show what he can do.
Well, last year in qualifying trim, when soft tyres went in, the Ducati was almost untouchable. I think they had 16 of 20 poles last season. 6 times last year they locked out the front row of the grid. There was nothing wrong with their one-lap pace at all, was there? And Pecco Bagnaia does indeed start to wind up that Ducati now and start to wind up towards the top spot. A 1:38.798 from him. That's cut the gap to Alex Marquez, who still leads, courtesy of that 1:38.7 this morning. But that gap now down to just over 100th of a second.
Matt, and that was quite a few laps on that rear tyre, so I think he comes in, this is Bagnaia, puts a new rear tyre, does that same lap, it'll be a good step forward.
Hosted the pre-event press conference yesterday, one of 3, which Pecco Bagnaia, of course, attended the first one as our current world champion. And just looking at him, Simon, just a guy that's just in such a good place off the track, getting engaged in the winter too. It's good lady Demitzia. The new bike is perfect, he said. He's the world champion. Yes, he's got the target on his back, but he just has that air of self-confidence that everything's in place for him to potentially dominate again this season.
He's in the position you want to be as a rider. You know, the machine, you love it. It's working for you. You've got no complaints about it. It's the fastest, you know, which makes your job easier. And you're riding well. You're on a high. So he is the man to beat.
Yeah, the bookies' favourite, a crystal clear bookies' favourite. As we look at that replay, this was coming over that the crest. You're in 5th gear, almost 300 kilometres an hour at that point.
Matt, if you get behind the bike at this speed, you can't stop. That's why you want to stay out in the wind, and that wind's working on those wings and you and the bike and helping you stop. I've got told a couple of times here, previous races, that if you get in behind the rider ahead while trying to stop, it's enough to either run wide or lose the front and crash.
Yeah, with the aero war, which is clearly well and truly on in MotoGP right now, it does create that turbulence, that dirty air when you're close to other riders. I think that's what Luca Marini was talking about yesterday when he was asked about what he worked on himself to try and break that podium duck in MotoGP, and he said, well, qualifying for one, because obviously with the sprint now and the feature race, it's very important to get a good grip position. But he said he'd been working a lot, riding with other riders as well, to perfect his overtaking technique, because it's so hard now with the wings, with the downforce, and everybody braking in the same area. All the bikes now are so good in terms of straight line braking. Any little advantage you can find, you need it, and that's what Luca was working on quite extensively throughout all 3 winter tests.
Maverick, what a lap. Good stuff, matching anyone at the moment. I'm not sure how much wind there is, but Pecco did just over half a second faster than this at the test in the time attack. Actually, it was a time attack at the beginning of his 10-lap simulation for the sprint, and so they can go half a second faster than this. I just don't know if the conditions will allow it.
Yeah, that 4th sector includes the plunge down through turns 14 and 15. Turn 14 is one of the highest points on this circuit, and it's wide open there. It is an area where you can get a bit of a buffeting. We're not a million miles away from the Atlantic coast here, so the weather can be a little bit temperamental at times here in Portimao. In fact, it was here 1 year ago, wasn't it? The first European Grand Prix of 2022. It wasn't until Q2 we had a full dry track.
Wind affects always it pushes you. But because of these rises over the hill and the front comes off the ground, with the side wind, it pushes that front across, and when it touches, it's dangerously unstable. So the riders have to go a little bit slower, trying to keep that front on the ground.
Yeah, Jack just reporting from down in pit lane that he can feel a very strong headwind blowing right in his face down pit lane. So that will, of course, be a headwind as well for the riders as they come through turn 15 and trying to manage the wheelie over that crest. So that may well be a factor in why at this stage Bagnaia just losing time in that fourth sector. We'll keep a close eye on that one. It's super tight at the top though. On the combined standings, we've got Alex Marquez, Vinales, Bagnaia and Mir covered by just 0.04 of a second.
So rider's job, when you know which direction the wind's going, is to get out there and you know the direction, so you can quickly calculate which corners it's going to help you, meaning say hit mark on the left side now and help push you around the corner, or which corners it's going to make more difficult. And if you don't do that, you can't get the most out of the lap. Headwind means that last sector, the last two turns, is going to be really difficult to get the bike to turn and stay online.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like the most plausible explanation, doesn't it, as to why Bagnaia perhaps is just suffering a little bit in that fourth sector. Now, the last 4 years in MotoGP, we've had 4 different world champions, and 2 of them are on your screens right now, coming through this tricky turn 7. You've got to be careful there on out lap, making sure you don't lose the front. A cold front tyre, it's been the scourge of many a rider here in MotoGP, but there he is, looking all cool, calm and collected. Bagnaia at third at the moment on the combined standings. The timing tower on the left-hand side of your picture, that is the combined standings across P1 and P2 as it stands right now. That's why you can still see Alex Marquez, the younger of the Marquez siblings, still at the top after his late flurry in P1 this morning. And right on cue there is the former Moto3 and Moto2 world champion. Let's quickly go back down to Jack with an update in pit lane.
Yeah, an update from the Gas factory racing box. It's something we've seen at Aprilia and Yamaha most recently at the Portimao test trial run, and now Gas are getting in on the act as well. A big rear tail unit has been added onto, a big rear tail wing, should I say, has been added onto Pol Espargaro's bike. He's sat in the box at the moment and he's about to go out and try it. Very, very similar to the one we saw from Yamaha. You certainly won't miss it when it's on the TV, guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jack. Well, we'll be eagle-eyed and keeping a very close eye on that one. Yeah, of course, quite a stir, didn't it? That's the rear seat aero that Fabio Quartararo trialled here in the test a couple of weeks ago. On board then with Marc Marquez. He's starting that climb up through turn 4. At the moment, you can clearly see he's got that yellow-banded Michelin hard front tyre on. There's been a slight tweak to the Michelin tyre allocation for 2023. We've still got the 3 front tyres, hard, medium and soft in configuration, but only 2 rear tyres, the soft and the medium. Of course, for the sprint tomorrow, you'd expect everybody to be going for the softer compound, with no worries about tyre degradation, no worries about fuel consumption. It's going to be gangbusters from the get-go in the sprint, which starts at 3 p.m. local time here in Portimao tomorrow.
Just while we were speaking about aero, I thought to tell you about Ducati. The factory guys are running, so Enea Bastianini and Pecco Bagnaia both have updated versions of last year's fairing. A little bit smaller, apparently that's more agile, and like less heavy from side to side. Then though, with the scoops on the belly pan that fire the air from forward to down, you know, the scoops on the belly pan, much like last year. And the Pramac riders have been going back and forwards from those ones with the scoops, like the factory boys are riding, to this new one that's much like the Aprilia. So steps out in the belly pan and almost has a ridge that runs the whole length. And they've gone for the new one, you know, that's the Aprilia, I think, like an Aprilia copy. And apparently it helps also on braking stability. You know, the front's down, those ridges that poke out the side help keep the rear on the ground, real stable on the brakes. A little bit heavier side to side than the one the factory riders have chosen. But when you get on full lean, some sort of aerodynamic effect there makes the bike stable on the fast corners. So yeah, it looks like Ducati have 2 options, both that work.
Yeah, without question, over recent years, aerodynamics and the wings have been the big development boost in MotoGP. we understand what we know. Simon found this out last year that KTM are using F1 expertise in that area. I know that Aprilia have been spending countless hours in the wind tunnel throughout the winter perfecting their aero packages.
Back on the limit through that scary downhill dip. The bike's so compressed there, and Matt, it's scary. Yeah, he's pushing. Because if it lets go there, wow.
This
he's
guy
on the limit.
Is all action, isn't he? Box office this from Marc Marquez, out on that brand new soft rear tyre. 25 minutes of this P2 session remaining. Into turn 14 then comes the 6 times MotoGP world champion. He says now, after that career saving operation in Minnesota last June, that he is back to his peak physical best. What about the Honda? You can never discount this man, never write off Marc Marquez. Out of the final corner he comes. This will be the best time of the day so far, without question. It is a 1:38.665, and the Marquez brothers will be very, very happy if it stays as is, because on day one here in Portimao, it's Marc from Alex.
Momentarily, Martin just went to the top. That is the Marquez we know. Marc Marquez we know. He digs so deep, wrings everything out of his machine and a bit more. Normally wrings out something much like Fabio that no one else can do.
And I'm sure all of you watching at home, I know that myself and Simon did, we all caught that Amazon Prime all-in documentary, a special on Marc in the winter, which kind of documented his horrendous injury from Jerez in 2020 to what's been a painstaking rehabilitation over the last few years, as Jorge Martin obliterates the old all-time lap record. The hammer is well and truly down here, isn't it? A 1:38.370. He was the one lap king at the end of last season, this man Martin, with 3 consecutive pole positions. But Marc Marquez, Simon, not only did it show how to hell and back he's been these last 3 years with that right arm injury, that all-in documentary, but if anybody doubted just how much he wants that 9th world title, how hard he's worked, there's been blood, there's been sweat, there's been tears behind the scenes. Just watch that documentary to see how hard Marc Marquez has worked to get himself back in this position. And I think if he does win that 9th World Championship, without any question, it will be the biggest feat of his Grand Prix career. It will eclipse anything else he's done in this sport, and he's done some special things.
Well, if he does it on the bike he's riding right now, it'll be one of the best feats, well, in my memory, in living memory, I imagine. Unreal. He's ready. That's the sad thing, that Honda aren't, in my opinion anyway. I'll put my head on the chopping block. He is ready, and he hasn't been for some time, you know, because of that arm injury. And like I said, sad that Honda aren't. But I've got to say, Matt, almost every rider that's had a career in World Championship has experienced that when they're ready, they don't have a bike that is, or when they're not ready, they have a bike that is ready, you know. So it's part of the sport, you know. It's difficult.
Yeah, he's had to roll with some hefty punches over the last few years, Marc Marquez, but as we said, from a physical perspective, he is back to his best, capable of delivering performances like he did in 2019 when he ran right in the MotoGP World Championship. Did he have, what, 18 or 19 finishes that year? All of them first or second. An astonishing dominant season for Marquez that year. The pace is really starting to hot up here, isn't it, in Portimao? Martin, Marc Marquez and Luca Marini are all inside Bagnaya's 12-month-old lap record, and we've still got 22 minutes of this session remaining.
Yeah, and I look at that 22 minutes because Fabio's heading out still doing homework. He's on old tyres, you know, used tyres, not planning time attack at this moment, and for some reason still doing his homework for tomorrow and Sunday. So when he does put some new rubber in a little bit later, you're going to see some fireworks from Fabio.
Here's Bagnaia pushing to the absolute limit on that factory Ducati. Here he is then in the first gear, turn 13. The speed drops all the way down to 65 kilometres an hour there. The second slowest corner around this Portimao circuit as Jorge Martin blitzes his Pramac Ducati over the line. He leads the way then with a 1:38.370. A lot of eyes on Jorge Martin, Simon. As we mentioned last year, well, throughout his career, it's gone wrong for Bagnaia there, hasn't it?
Yep.
Throughout his career, whether it be Moto3, Moto2 or MotoGP, Davide Tardozzi a little bit frustrated there.
Matt, that is a scary fast corner to have something go wrong. I don't know if he lost the front momentarily and
last
had to
sector
stand
again.
up. Last sector, yeah. And I still think that wind will be hitting him in the side. Look, watch this. Watch this. Over at Brow. Is he... Yo! Wow.
Crikey.
That is
look at that.
Fastest corner on the track, and he just saved it. I would guess the wind's pushing you wide there. The front can't cope with any more weight. Tucks. And, Matt, if you fall there, it's nasty. You've destroyed your bike, you know, and hopefully not yourself.
Well, he's motoring there, fourth gear, about 220 kilometres an hour. That was heart in the mouth, wasn't it, for the world champion? He might be in for a quick change of underwear before this final 20 minutes of this session and go on, because that was scary. The angle of that front tyre, you could see he was digging his elbow in. He had the presence of mind, the razor-sharp reflexes to pull it up, but that was so close to going down.
Absolute class from Bagnaia to save that. Very, very good.
Yeah, he's got the cat-like Marquez reflexes in full swing there, hasn't he, Bagnaia? So that was a big scare then for the world champion. You saw there carrying the #1 plate. He said that was a great honour for him. He knows that so many riders want to steal it from him, but we pick up now Alex Marquez. He's out there on fresh rubber as well. He made it count this morning when he went onto the soft rear tyre. He's been relegated back down to 4th place. Still no improvement in this P2 session from the 26-year-old, and he's just in a little bit hot there into turn 13. Joan Mir, who was explosive on a soft rear tyre this morning on that Repsol Honda, wasn't he? He was the second quickest man behind Alex Marquez, and looking strong again here right now. Mir rather just building up some temperature, building up his rhythm on that soft rear. He's now in this fast turn 14 and 15 final sector where Bagnaia just had the big scare. Alex Marquez over the line. I think this will be the first proper flying lap for Alex on that new soft rear tyre, so we'll keep a close eye on the sector times for him. Likewise for Joan Mir, 38.886 was his last circuit. The top 10 as it stands right now, who would go through directly into Q2. Well, that is Martin, Marc Marquez, Marini, Alex Marquez, Viñales, Bagnaia, Mir, Aleix Espargo, who we briefly rode on board there, was the attack turn 9, Quartararo and Bezzecchi, who was a faller through that fast turn 9 at the start of this session. Look at this from Maverick Viñales. He is on it, isn't he? Viñales up by nearly 0.3 of a second in the first set. He's about to click through the second split any moment now as Viñales. We'll keep close tabs on him.
We've got Aleix on the screen, and you're talking about Viñales, who's just lost a bit of time, but just to let the folks know.
Something happened there, didn't it, to Viñales in that second sector, because he lost a second, exactly a second. So whether he ran wide in turn 5.
And here comes Alex Marquez.
So good to see, isn't it, Simon? Alex Marquez with a smile back on his face. We mentioned this morning what a different rider he is, a different person, oozing confidence with the feedback he's getting on that GP22. And finally...
Matt, I just want to point out the team are telling Fabio to come in here because he's out doing his homework, and they're going, we're running out of time, we better get some new rubber in there and get him further up the board because he's going to get pushed out.
In the test here a couple of weeks ago, Quartararo was 3rd quickest in the time attacks. We'll track Alex Marquez over the line now, up to 2nd place with a 1:38.409.
Just to jump back to Alex Marquez, you were talking about, I personally think lovely guy, really nice, deserves the chance on a machine that can show he's a double world champion, to show what he can do in MotoGP.
Yeah, and I think even Alex himself questioned whether he was cut out for the top level in MotoGP, having had such a difficult year on that LCR Honda. There was no new parts coming his way, which not exactly a way to motivate your rider for a long 20-race season, is it? He said his bike from Qatar to Valencia did not change at all. What's happened here then? This is Mir coming over the crest. Now he's going to attack hard down at the first corner. And this is where he got skittled by Jack Miller last year, wasn't it, in the Grand Prix?
Right where you hit the brake, Matt, the track drops down, so it's very difficult to get the right brake marker. If you go slightly late, it's kicks the rear up in the air, you see what I mean? And if you brake a little bit earlier, that sounds slower, but you can do it smoother and the rear doesn't come up, so it's a difficult juggle.
It was abusing the engine braking system of Honda there, wasn't he, Joan Mir? There's a bit of a slap on the tank there from Alex Marquez. I just wondered whether he's made a mistake on this current lap, which has cost him the chance to improve on that 1:38.409, which at the moment's got him comfortably directly into Q2.
Something else about Alex that I see is he's on the right machine to show his ability. He's clever as well as a gentleman. This front loss is awesome. Like that Yeah, great work to save it. I mean, there's always a bit of luck involved as well, but a really good effort to pull it off, meaning to hold it up.
Davide Tardocci's has got a couple of extra grey hairs in his head right now after seeing that one on the monitor, hasn't he? That was a scary one for Pecco Bagnaia. Brilliant reflexes from him then. Alex Marquez back into the pits. I like Alex's honesty as well. He talked about how difficult it was over the last couple of years, and he said being on a competitive, proven motorcycle, Simon, means that he'll understand now himself. Is he good enough? Can he cut it?
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. The thing about Aleix estimated one. The thing about Alex, just before we hopefully go and see Aleix's lap, is because he's clever, I think he can be consistent and get points, good points every weekend, and maybe surprise everyone at the end of the year how far up the leaderboard he is.
Yeah, one of several riders that gets mentioned in that sort of dark horse contention for the championship. There's going to be some Friday fireworks here in Portimao now as we tick down to the last 15 minutes of this P2 session. The top 10 direct places in Q2 are up for grabs here. Yellow flags are out again in the third and fourth sectors where we think the wind is at its most problematic. A headwind that's buffeting into the face of Aleix Espargaro right now as he attacks hard down the hill into the first corner. Aleix was shaking his head, wasn't he, over the finish line there, so I wonder if well, not sure what happened, but maybe it was because he realised he just fired in a 1:38.253, which has put him top by over a tenth of a second. It's Raul Fernandez who is the latest rider to go down.
Aleix pulling it out of the bag and surprising us all again, like he did repeatedly last year. Raul, yeah, if you're going to fall off, that's one of the corners you'd choose to do it. It's relatively slow, hard braking left-hander.
And that's been a pretty horrible 60 seconds for Crypto Data RNF, because that's Miguel Oliveira, Raul Fernandez's teammate, so Oliveira's gone down as well. Oh, and we've got a red flag, another red flag in this session.
Well, it wasn't Raul's bike on track, maybe...
So I wonder if maybe it's something that's happened with the Miguel Oliveira crash. There's the team manager, Razlan Razali. As we mentioned, it's just been a wretched 60 seconds or go for also for the Aprilia RNF team. And there for the second time then in this P2 session, we have the red flags. Oh, it's Pol Espargaro. Pol Espargaro, look at that motorcycle.
Big one.
Raul Fernandez has come over to check on him. Hopefully,
I'm hoping he's winded, like we see often. Get worried for the riders, and turns out they're stunned and just take a bit to get up.
It was actually Miguel Oliveira. Sorry, Sam, that's just passing the scene of the Espargaro crash. That's the second crash of the session for Pol. Not the way that he wanted 2023 to get underway at all. Of course, we hope Pol's going to be okay after a crash that has brought out the red flags then here. It was at turn 10. You sweep through the fast Craig Jones turn 9.
Up over the hill, the blind entry, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping he's okay. One thing I realised I'd forgotten to say about Alex Marquez, and this applies to a few riders in the field. When I said he's clever and will consistently get points and surprise, I forgot to add, and I must, that I believe Alex will turn up to a couple of tracks that he clicks with, which are, like I said, a lot of riders do, that it suits their style, the bike's working and they can do something special, and I think he can do something really special and maybe even better than just getting on the podium.
Yeah, and that would be a massive leap in performance, wouldn't it, for him, as Raul Fernandez goes to get a new leather suit fitted. Here is his crash on the 25-year-old Aprilia.
That's the crash of choice, really. You know, meaning it's not going to hurt him. So
yeah, a little bit frustrated with himself there, but as you'd expect, certainly down in the Gas Tech 3 Team Hervé Poncharal, a concerned look and a concerned expression from the Frenchman, who's still heavily involved as the team principal for the Gas Tech 3 team this year. He has stepped away from team manager duty. But of course, if there is, or as soon as there are any updates on Pol Espargaro's crash at turn number 10, we will bring you details on that one. This is the scene then. These are live pictures at turn 10. Pol Espargaro getting treatment from the circuit medical team. There is Hervé Poncharal then on screens on the right-hand side of your picture. is Pol Espargaro's crew chief, Paul Travadden. So a crash with 13 minutes and 55 seconds remaining of this P2 session for Pol Espargaro, the Spanish rider, at turn 10. That is the reason why we have the red flags out. The second red flag of this P2 session. The first one was because of some technical issues which knocked out the power here at the Portimao circuit. The safety car is on scene, the marshals there, and all we can hope for is, and all we can say is we hope that Pol Espargaro is going to be okay after what looks like a pretty hefty crash there at turn 10. Anxious faces up and down the pit lane there, and the factory Ducati garage as well.
That corner we saw right before it, it must be turn 11 then, and or it could be sorry, turn 10, so 9 or 8, where Marquez slid the rear a little while ago. Really compression, then you go up the hill. It's a blind entry into this turn 10, and the bike gets quite light, so there's a array of different ways you can fall there, because you can't see on the way in. The bike is light, and meaning the rear can come up and you can get out of shape, or I mean, you can lose the front a moment later. There's all sorts of things but the angle he's come in there, I mean, you can lose the rear coming around as well. Like if the rear tyre lets go on the way in, that'd probably cause the biggest one. But yeah, all sorts of different ways. It's not a straightforward corner.
There's the first bit of positive news concerning Pol Espargaro, the number 44, after his crash at turn 10. There has been reports back to Race Direction that he is conscious, so that's the best possible initial news about Pol Espargaro after his crash at turn 10, which is why we have our second red flag of this FP2 session.
I'll just while we're looking at the Gas or KTM rider, that group, the thing I spotted this morning that I haven't seen on their bikes, I either missed it or it's brand new, on Pol's machine. This will be the most worried man in the paddock, won't it?
Yeah, I mean,
his brother.
That's a very distressing time for the Tech 3 team, but none more so than for Aleix Espargaro, of course. His younger brother, Pol Espargaro, is the rider that's receiving treatment.
Up over the blind brow here.
Yeah, this is the crash then.
Rear come around. Yeah, that's the way to... he was all right. So I'm guessing he got tangled up with his bike, which was chasing him.
Yeah, the rear let go a pretty rapid rate of knots, didn't it, there for Pol Espargaro. There is Hervé Poncharal with the arms folded, looking as you'd expect, and understandably so, very, very apprehensive, very pensive. The man with the headset there, the distinctive blonde locks, a technical legend, an absolute engineering guru in the MotoGP paddock for decades, is Guy Coulon, co-founder and co-owner of the Gas Tech 3 machine. We saw their pit buyer as well. We'll quickly just sit back down to Jack in pit lane, who I believe has got some updates on Pol Espargaro, Jack.
Yeah, it was just from Miguel Oliveira. He obviously was there at the time we saw him run across just to check on Pol. So he basically described exactly what we've just seen on the screen there. He said it was a big crash. Miguel, fortunately for him, an update. He's just got back to the box. He's relatively okay, just getting checked out by his dad, Paulo. Same goes for his teammate, Ralph Fernandez, as well. Ran to get a new set of levers. But Miguel just explaining exactly what we saw on the TV, that it was a big one for Pol.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jack. Of course, all of our thoughts in MotoGP up and down the pit lane are with Pol Espargaro and the Tech 3 team right now. He is undergoing treatment. As we see on that Race Direction graphic, the information has been fed back that he is conscious. There is Hervé Poncharal and Paul Travadden. They know pretty much as what we do. We've only seen the initial replays of what initiated Pol Espargaro's crash. On that transition, wasn't he, up through turn 10 and then trying to go attack towards the second gear, turn number 11, and there was the loss of the rear contact there for Pol Espargaro. He was fired over the handlebars on that gas machine, and for the second time then here in Portimao we have a red flag. Miguel Oliveira then, he was a witness to that big crash for Pol Espargaro. I'm sure he's just now informing Aprilia boss there, Massimo Rivola, of what he saw. An intense 60 seconds or so for Razlan Razli's R&F squad there, as both Raul Fernandez and Miguel Oliveira crashed. It goes without saying, of course, just as soon as we have any information on Pol Espargaro's condition, we will bring it to you, whether that be in this session or afterwards. First and foremost, right now, though, we hope that there's further better news to come after the initial reports that Pol Espargaro is conscious, and he will be receiving the best medical attention quickly on the scene, the rapid response unit, as they always are in MotoGP. And they'll get him back to the Circuit Medical Centre as quickly as is feasibly possible. There was Raul Fernandez, and he has already got himself into a new set of leathers, ready for the final 14 minutes or so. 5 seconds less than 14 minutes of this P2 session remaining.
Matt, I've experienced this a few times, sitting in the garage, you know, in a fellow rider. You're really worried about them, and it is something that riders get really good at. I mean, I imagine there's different sports that have to manage the same thing, and that is sit there and have a lot of sympathy when you're sitting in the garage, but then the light turns green, you know, pit lane opens again, and you have to literally like flick a switch and push it completely away, you know. So you don't think of it at all, you know. There's no, you can't, otherwise you won't go fast, you know. So riders get good at doing this. It's some sort of being able to compartmentalize, and then at the end of the day, then you open yourself up to think about it again, you know, once you've got back to your motorhome and got the news of whatever's happened.
We can't overstate just what a tough scenario this is, Simon, for the riders that are sat in pit lane, because, you know, Pol Espargaro is a very popular rider. It's one of their peers. He's a competitor, but he's a good friend. To then have to sort of watch those images, then, as you just mentioned, refocus the brain and go back out on circuit, that is a tough situation to cope with.
It's not easy to do, and if you don't have the ability to do it, you won't be able to do this job, you know. So and you'd learn that pretty quick, you know, before you got to World Championship. So these riders have all figured out that they can do that, you know, and right down to, you know, Pol's own brother. Imagine how difficult it is for Aleix to do that, you know. That would be another level, wouldn't it? Being able to shut that off and put the helmet back on and go right on the limit again. Yeah,
we know Aleix Espargaro, such a popular character. He's one of the most sort of emotional riders in the MotoGP paddock. He really does wear his heart on his sleeve. The medics, we understand, are still with Pol Espargaro at the side of the circuit at turn number 10. When the red flag was thrown, it was Aleix Espargaro that had just put in that 1:38.253 to lead this P2 session. He was just over a tenth of a second ahead then of Jorge Martin. It was certainly a good session for a quartet of Spaniards, because Aleix Espargaro, Jorge Martin, Mir and Alex Marquez were your top four when the red flag came out. Inside the top 10 at that stage was also Zarco, the number 5 in P5. Then it was Viñales, Marc Marquez, Luca Marini, Pecco Bagnaia, the world champion, who had a monumental scare going down through turns 14 and 15. How on earth did he save the front end of that factory Ducati emblazoned with the number 1? And completing the top 10 at that stage was the ex-world champ Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, he showed his class, making that save. Like I said, there's always a little bit of luck involved, meaning it gives you the opportunity to save it, but then you have to save it. And he did. His teammates are very good at it as well. Enea Bastianini, I've seen him over the last sort of 3 years make a couple of those awesome saves. The first one was in Moto2, Misano, and yeah, he's been holding the front up. You know, it's gone, it's let go. Maybe not completely, it's trying to dig in, you know. That's why it gives you the opportunity, and you're holding it up long enough that that tyre gets grip again and pops back up.
So there were brief live pictures there of the scene at turn number 10. Pol Espargaro undergoing continual treatment after his crash, which brought out the red flag. Just under 14 minutes of P2 remaining. We just saw there on scene MotoGP top medic Dr. Angel Chartres. It looks like the medics now are happy enough to move Pol Espargaro from the scene. They'll put him in the ambulance. He'll then be transported back to the Circuit Medical Centre. And as we mentioned before, as soon as there are any updates about Pol's condition, all we know is that what you know really at home, he crashed at turn 10 heavily on the GasGas Tech 3 machine. He has been reported as conscious.
You saw it on Alex Rins's face there, how it was affecting.
Oh, that's the Oliveira crash.
Wow.
Well, that was in turn 10 as well. The same time that Pol Espargaro gone down. That is a massive, massive high side. No wonder that's not the wind out the sails of Miguel Oliveira. So that was horrible to watch. Wow. That rear tyre let go big time.
Well, he's survived that remarkably well, hasn't he? You know, and I'm pretty sure I saw Pol's bike in the gravel there, so it's moments after Pole, you know, later in the turn.
There in the middle of your picture then, just on the walkie-talkie, relaying back information to race direction, is the man we just mentioned, Dr. Angel Chartres, rapid on the scene, the senior medic of the permanent medical team here in the MotoGP World Championship. So Pol Espargaro has been transferred then into the ambulance. That will now make its way back to the paddock, where his treatment will be ongoing in the Circuit Medical Centre. As soon as we have any information about the restart, the second restart of this P2 session, we will bring it to you. As you can see on the top left-hand corner of your picture, we are scheduled to complete this session over the final 13 minutes and 55 seconds. We thought this was going to be a 1 hour P2 session as part of the revamped MotoGP format. The session started now 90 minutes ago, as then the ambulance starts the journey back to the paddock here.
We saw Alex Rins sitting there, and you could see his not very poker face, meaning how it was affecting him. And he is a big, lovable teddy bear. He's really kind, soft, you know. I've done a few car kind of track days with the kids with him, and he's got dogs and loves the kids, and you could see he's the type of person that it will affect. The natural ability of that man I've mentioned a few times, Alex Rins. You know, he is amazing when he gets on a bike, how he can adapt himself and make it work. And we've seen him win 2 of the last 3 races last season on the Suzuki before leaving Suzuki, well, before Suzuki left us. And the thing about him, I saw him in the test, and it wasn't like today. It wasn't that he was doing amazing lap time. It was when he did the race simulation.
topping out the top 10. It's a foregone conclusion that he's 1:37.856 will get him through. Whether it will get him through to Q2 directly as the top man, well, that remains to be seen, because there's still 4 minutes of this session remaining here. Luca Marini, what a job he's done. He's got back out already on that second bike, and he's come through the first sector with the best first split of the session so far. So Marini trying to climb up from 12th place. His teammate Bezzecchi also looking strong to force Hirschi back inside the top 10. He's down in 11th right now. Maverick Vinales has also had a phenomenal first sector on the factory Aprilia. We're just looking at our timing screens right now, lit up like a Christmas tree. Vinales has gone through the first split, a 1/10 of a second up on where he needs to be compared to Bagnaia's best. So we'll try and initially look at Bezzecchi through the final corner now. He's going to pick up on the fat part of the tyre and use the famed drive grip of that Ducati GP22 over the line. Here comes the Italian, the rookie of the year last year, up to 4th place. Vinales then still up in the second split. You can see his name there at the bottom of your screens. 0.074 up on the fastest time. Here comes Luca Marini, rapid in the first sector. Hasn't lost a lot of time in sectors 2 and 3, but is he going inside the top 10 where he needs to be? It's even better than that second for Marini. Let's not forget, it was only a few months ago he was on the deck at turn number 10. Great salvage job this then by Valentino Rossi's half-brother. Marini up into second. But here's Maverick Vinales squeezing every last ounce of performance out of that factory Aprilia. Up the crest he goes there now. Vinales is top gun going into top spot. He really is. A 1:37.746. Maverick Vinales then right now carrying his impressive winter testing form into the 2023 season. Come on, Massimo, crack a smile. Maverick Vinales top. Great job by him, Simon. 1:37.746.
We just saw how good Maverick is. Exactly what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, he puts it together. He's as good as anyone.
Yeah, this bodes well, doesn't it, for the inaugural sprint here tomorrow in Portimao, 3 p.m. local time. We remind you of that. Jack Miller, this is not a bad lap time coming in here from the Aussie.
1/10 off. That is impressive.
Oh, what a lap.
Wow.
What a lap. Where did that last sector come from for Jack Miller? Absolutely sensational. Thriller Miller, somebody's gone down. I can hear in our headsets there's been a faller somewhere out on circuit. Yellow flags in sectors 1 and 2. Let's hope that isn't Jack Miller, who'll be in that sort of part of the circuit, having done that 1:37.709. Where did that come from? It's Marc Marquez who's gone down. Marquez then has gone down late on here. He's okay.
And he was following Fabio, and Fabio was on a fast. Look at the first sector.
So that's game over. Marquez was 14th. Less than 90 seconds of the session remaining. Marc Marquez in the season-opening Grand Prix of 2023 will have to pick his way through Q1.
And just so people don't think I was just picking on Honda, I'd like to point out there's none in Q2.
Yes, it's again very much a European-dominated P2 session here. It's Miller that leads the way. Nobody saw that one coming. An absolutely incredible 4th sector by Jack Miller, getting some serious corner speed on that RC16, wasn't he, through turn number 15. Absolutely brilliant by Thriller Miller.
That is so... We were talking about it in the pre-press conference yesterday, how much natural ability Jack Miller has, you know, and I don't think he's achieved his potential, and that is his potential, putting a KTM on top, like doing a lap so much faster than anyone else has done. It's awesome. Amazing job. Marc Marquez then, a rather forlorn ride back to the paddock for him then, and Marc Marquez then will be in Q1 tomorrow morning, shadowing Fabio Quartararo for a good half a dozen laps and more, wasn't he, at the end of this P2 session, and trying to hang on to the coattails of the Frenchman there, just asking too much of that front tyre going into that first gear turn 3.
But it's a worry for Fabio, like, you know, oh, sorry, he's leapt up while we were talking.
Yeah. And at the moment, having what looked like being a fantastic Friday for the Marquez brothers, it's all going a bit pear-shaped late on here as Alex Marquez, how hard was he pushing on the front end of that Gresini Ducati into turn number 5? Well, he ran wide, he couldn't get it stopped. That's how hard he was pushing. And Alex Marquez Also, having been the quickest man this morning at the end of that 45-minute P1, Alex Marquez goes from first to 11th. He's in Q1 as well. That is a big surprise, given his pace this morning. Let's just have a check on a few of the big names further down. Joan Mir and Alex Rins on their Honda debuts. Well, they're 12th and 13th respectively. Mir, let's not forget, was second this morning when he went to time attack mode late on in P1. And this man, Bastianini, looks like he might just squeeze in. A 1:38.256 has had him in the danger zone for a decent chunk late on here in P2, but it looks like he will get through. Can't see anybody. A quick glance at the timing screens who will knock him out, Simon.
Matt, yesterday I discussed with you how I didn't want to do predictions because I told you nobody, I told everyone to listen, nobody knows. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the people that are not in that you'd expect to be in and Jack Miller on KTM Fastest. You can't predict MotoGP.
Well, I do know one thing for certain, that coming into this opening day here in Portimao, when all the talks about goals, targets, predictions, probably only Jack Miller and his team were backing him to be top man on the opening day here on Friday. And that's nothing against Jack at all, because we know what a top rider he is. He reminds us of that with that brilliant victory in Japan last year on the factory Ducati, but that's a huge boost for Miller and for KTM as well. It's been a winter of transition, a winter of adaptation. And Jack Miller, no wonder his wife Ruby's got a massive smile on her face. There's his crew chief, Christian Pupelin, who's moved over from Ducati as well. What a huge fillip for the Aussie.
Oh, it's quite unbelievable. I was looking at that team then thinking everybody with a gas or a KTM, and everyone involved is going to be looking at the data of Jack's lap, because it was unbelievable. And it's very unexpected that he could do that. Look, even Danny's face, everybody's like, wow.
Yeah, Danny Pedrosa, the test rider, is going, hey guys, I told you the new bike was working, no problem. Francesco Guidotti, KTM team manager, he knows all about this man Jack Miller. He worked with him at Pramac Ducati. I'm sure there's a massive smile on Francesco's face right now, Jack.
Yeah, huge smile. Francesco, I'm absolutely stunned. Where did that come from?
He did a great job. I mean, it's really a surprise. It's an amazing surprise, a good surprise. This morning we had a bad surprise, but this afternoon, yeah, it's crazy. How he did the full sector, I still had to understand. And yeah, great job from everybody so far. Let's see what's the future reserved to us.
At the end of the Portimao test, you were pretty disappointed and frustrated. So how important is a result like this? I know it's only Friday, but it feels like a much-needed confidence boost for everyone in KTM.
I mean, we weren't frustrated. We were just surprised. And we know we had to understand something, but to be honest, this Friday means much more than the usual Friday of the last years, because it's Q2 directly, and tomorrow there's a sprint race, and this is a boost for all the project.
Absolutely. Well done, Francesco. Go enjoy.
Jack Miller, do we love you and some. That slow down that from Jack. Showboating everywhere. The airtime he got coming over the crest at turn 9. The fans love it. The fans have loved it. We've loved it. What a way to kick off 2023 for Jack Miller. What a week it's been for Jack, finding out he's going to be a father later on this year, and he starts off the first Friday of the season in P1.
Big hug from us, Jack. I've got to mention, after Jack, KTM, I've been saying to everyone through winter testing, I mentioned it earlier in this show, and every podcast I've done, KTM, they've done so much work and we hadn't seen the result. And I expected them to be the first to jump out of the hole, you know, and join the Italians or close the gap. And all I'm hoping is this is it. They've found the way to put that combination of parts together, set the bike up, and Jack's just found how to use it.
All winter he's been sporting a new look, a big beard. I reckon he's gained a couple of tenths shaving off that beard, maybe in that fourth sector, because that was astonishing. That fourth sector, as Francesco Guidotti said, where did Jack find that time? None of us saw it coming. Late drama then for Repsol Honda, both times for their men at turn 3. Joan Mir then, he ran off at that third corner, and in the background there you can just see his teammates Repsol Honda being dragged off as Marc Marquez had already gone down at that point. Food for thought, plenty to ponder for Joan Mir then. He ends that session in 12th place. Simon, we talk about every year the level gets higher, the competition gets tougher. At the start of that session, the all-time lap record from Pecco Bagnaia was a 1:38.725. The top 14 riders in that session were inside the old all-time lap record. Incredible.
This is MotoGP. Yeah, about the KTM thing I was just talking about. It's I felt sorry for them. We're about to see Pole's incident. See how the bike chases him into the gravel. I imagine how that.
Oh, dearie me, that was horrendous. That was an awful crash there for Pol Espargaro. High speed, losing control on that gas machine going into turn 10. Barrel rolling through the gravel trap. There is confirmation on your screens, the latest information from the medical director. Pol Espargaro has suffered back and chest trauma. He is confirmed as conscious. He's now being transferred to a local hospital in nearby Faro. That's about an hour's drive away. I don't know whether the air ambulance might take Pol Espargaro, but he's gone there for further examination. Simon, that was horrendous to watch that.
I just have my fingers crossed that it's not anything permanent, you know what I mean, damage-wise, and that we'll see Pol back on the bike this year.
Yeah, he's in the best possible hands. We wish Pol Espargaro well, and we hope those injuries are not too serious for him. There was late drama throughout what was a dramatic start to this 2023 MotoGP World Championship. And it's the Australian Jack Miller with a late charge in the factory KTM that leads the way with a 1:37.709. Going directly to Q2 are Vinales, Bagnaia, Marini, despite a late crash at turn 10. Martin, Quartararo, Zarco, Bezzecchi, Aleix Espargaro and Bastianini. The Marquez brothers, Alex was quickest this morning. He goes in Q1, having set the 11th fastest time. Mir and Rins are also in Q1. A late fall at turn 3 dumped Marc Marquez down in 14th place, just ahead of Taka Nakagami. Augusto Fernandez, his namesake Raul Fernandez, and Miguel Oliveira all took tumbles in that P2 session. Oliveira had a horrendous high side at turn 10, with Pol Espargaro completing the 22 riders. Of course, he's now being transferred to a hospital in Faro after his big crash at turn 10. Well, the end of Jack Miller's P2 session was absolutely brilliant. He found a new all-time lap record, that 1:37.709, when he went on that soft rear tyre at the end. Puts Miller top of the pile on day one here in Portimao. Second place goes to Maverick Vinales. Excellent job by the Spanish rider on the factory Aprilia. A lot of 1:38s in race trim at the start of that delayed session, and when he had to on new tyres he found a 1:37.746. The world champ gets down to business in the defence of his crown with the third place, despite a big scare for Bagnaia. He nearly lost the front at high speed going down the hill to the final corner. A 1:37.856, the best work from numero uno. And Luca Marini, well, he was on the floor with 10 minutes of that session remaining at turn 10, dusted himself down and does what he does best, finds a late lap of 1:37.899, which puts Marini inside that top 4 comfortably into Q2 tomorrow for the Italian. Best sector times at the end of that P2 session. Sector 1, Maverick Vinales, well, he owned that, didn't he? Over a 10th clear of Bezzecchi and Bagnaia. Jack Miller fought back on the KTM in Sector 2. That's where he gained a big chunk of that 1:37.709. Nearly a 10th clear of Bagnaia in the second split. Martin strong on the Ducati. A Ducati lockout of the third sector ahead of Bagnaia and Marini. And Jack Miller, that was the 4th sector of his life here in Portimao, ahead of Quartararo and Luca Marini. 14 riders inside the old all-time lap record. And what a way to start 2022 for this man, Jack Miller. Thriller Miller thrilled us late on here in Portimao. He leads the way at the end of that delayed P2. Join us tomorrow for qualifying and, of course, MotoGP's history-making first ever sprint. We'll see you tomorrow.